Let's go. Let's go. Okay, there is a lot to get to, not a whole lot of time. As always, LSU once again getting beat down. And the spread was what? It closed at 28.5. The line was around 29 and 30 all week long. And guess what? Alabama still covers it. And I'm just going to jump right in because I'm going to start with the obvious. Alabama beat down LSU, but you don't come to this live stream to hear the obvious, okay? Everything about this game is about Ed Orgeron. Everything, okay? Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter where you're from. You could love Coach O as much as humanly possible like I do. And I know I'm critical of him. And I know I'm going to be critical of Bo Pelini and his horrible defensive game plan tonight. And I know I'm going to be very praiseful to probably the greatest SEC wide receiver maybe ever statistically in DeVonta Smith. We're going to get to all of that today, including TJ Finley and Max Johnson. But today I want to focus on Coach O, okay? And we're going to get to your comments in just a moment. But like we always do, we start off with just a few words from me, and then it's all about you, okay? And I see Rodney's comment. I hate Bama. I hope we smash them this year. So, have you noticed all week long, for those that watch every single video that I do, that the Bama fans were trolling us in the comment section? But do you want to know why they were trolling us? Number one, they're Bama fans. They're just like any other SEC fan base. They're crazy, like us. But the reason why there was so much vitriol from last year's game is because of Ed Orgeron. Because Ed Orgeron on midfield after the game last year said, "This is our house." And then he did the roll tide what F you in the locker room in Tuscaloosa. Okay, and look, I am fine with that. I am perfectly fine. The only problem is that if you're an all-time great coach and you also talk trash and you also say in Tuscaloosa, "This is our house," you've got to back it up. So I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're going to come in this comment section and say, "Well, you can't expect too much from a team that lost 30-plus players." The one person this year that has failed LSU more than anyone else is Ed Orgeron. Because if you're a $6 million a year coach, if you're a national championship winning head coach, you find a way, even if you lose everyone, even if you lose coordinators, you find a way to put out a respectable team. And guess what? I'm fine with doing what you did in Tuscaloosa. I'm fine with it. You just got to back it up. And this year, Ed Orgeron has not backed anything up. In fact, every action he made this offseason, the exact opposite has happened. Well, our defense is already better than what it was last year. Really? But anyway, we say hi to Chillmonger, and we go to Max with the super chat. Coach O must turn around next year or he's got to go. This team has no fire and looks like they don't want to play. I've never seen a worse LSU team. And here's the thing. This LSU team actually fought hard. This LSU offensive line actually had a good game. They had a really good game. TJ Finley wasn't really pressured. They actually opened up some holes in the running game. It's just when the other team is scoring at will, you're not going to stop anyone. So, to Max's point, I actually thought LSU played hard. They were just outcoached, they were outmanned, and they were outplayed. And here's what happens when you have lesser talent and you have lesser experience. You know who you need to step up for you? You know who you need to step up? Ed Orgeron. Ed Orgeron. Ed Orgeron, who threw a tirade on the sideline. I would like one reporter to ask Ed Orgeron, whose job, by the way, is to let his coaches coach, okay? He lets his coaches coach. And there's 93 of you in here, but only 14 of you have hit the thumbs up button. I'm not even asked for money yet. All I ask is for you to hit the thumbs up button and share this live stream with someone, okay? We can talk about Bo Pelini all we want, but the first time Cordell Flott got burned by DeVonta Smith, there is no reason to put Cordell Flott on DeVonta Smith the rest of the game. Why would you put him on? Why? Why? Who does that? Who does that? Who makes $2.3 million to be the defensive coordinator and puts Flott back on Smith? That should never happen. And I know that's a Bo Pelini issue, and I know Ed Orgeron threw a tirade after that second touchdown, but it still shouldn't matter. Where's Corey Raymond to say, hey, we shouldn't do that? Where's Bill Bush to say, hey, we probably shouldn't do that? Where's one of these 1,000 defensive analysts? I don't care if DeVonta Smith burns us. Have him burn Derek Stingley. Have him burn Elias Ricks. But don't fall on the sword when your all SEC, future NFL corner, 5-star talents are on the field. Cordell Flott was a 3-star for a reason. Don't put him in man coverage against the greatest statistical SEC wide receiver ever. Okay? And I know Mechie's good and Bolden's good, but what did I say leading up to the game? Don't let DeVonta Smith beat you deep. Don't. Give him 12 yards cushion. Give him the underneath routes all freaking day. Just don't get beat deep. What do you do? What do you do? You put him on. What is that? That's horrible coaching from the top down. It's a culture issue. It's a stupidity issue. That is stupidity. And I don't like to use the word stupid because it is insulting. But that is stupid coaching. That is stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. And if Corey Raymond and the rest of the LSU defensive staff don't call that stupid, then they don't deserve to coach at the Division I level. They don't. So, and I get it. Cliff makes a good point. The only reason Flott wouldn't be covering Smith is if Stingley wasn't 100%. But Ricks was dressed out. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? And here's the thing. Did Todd Harris have a bad game? No. Did Jacoby Stevens started really fast? The one thing you don't do is get beat deep with your third best corner on the roster 2 drives in a row. It's simple. Why are we doing this? We are at our homes with our families, struggling during a pandemic, while these guys that make 7 figures a year to coach this sport that we love are making these simple. It is simple. What do you always hear me say about this year's team? We don't make adjustments. We don't make in-game adjustments. There is no more simple adjustment to be made. Nothing more simple than to put your future NFL corners on the greatest SEC statistical wide receiver of all time who destroyed you last year. So the bottom line is that this was a bad effort for LSU, and they were never going to beat Alabama, okay? But you know what I did? You want to know what I did? I bet the under in this game. And you want to know why I bet the under? Because I thought LSU would, at the very least, let Derek Stingley Jr. and Elias Ricks decide the game. So we go to Black Goatee, okay? Once again, Super Chats. Alex just sent me a Venmo. We're going to get to Alex's question really quickly. Black Goatee, future looks bright for LSU. I'm sorry. This was a game loaded with freshmen and sophomores. We'll be okay. Go Tigers. So here's the thing, okay? I'm actually going to throw Black Goatee's question out to you, all right? And I know this is just one game in an absolutely disastrous season in the worst year in human recorded history, okay? So everything's bad. Our greatest player of all time, who we actually thought would turn out to be an all-time great, just suffered the worst leg injury you'll ever see at quarterback since Joe Theismann. So our year has been awful. It's been awful. Outside of Justin Jefferson balling out at the next level, this year's been awful in every way. But let me ask you this question, okay? Because I know I've been Mr. Negative, but I'm also a positive person. Any one of you that know me personally, you know I'm a positive person. So I want to get you guys involved early, so it's not just me talking. I want you to give me a simple yes or no. And I know this is going to be a very broad question that I'm about to ask. But do you feel comfortable about LSU's future with Ed Orgeron and the talent that he has now moving forward? Just give me a simple yes or no. And I want to ask you this. Do you think Ed Orgeron could get us back to the college football playoff with this current freshman class? Yes or no? Just give me a simple yes or no. And we'll get back into the details of the game. Because normally on Tuesday live streams, we're a little bit more broad. And normally post games are about this game. So Black OT is the one who did the super chat. He believes yes. Some of you believe yes. D from the Ville says no. Steve says no. Jared said yes. Warhug says yes. Chuck says yes. TPVN says yes. Carson says yes. Rodney, yes. Max, no. Antonio, need different coaches. Nick, yes. No, because of coaching hire mistakes from Tremaine. Chad Metz says yes. He's been with me for a while. Sports Talk Nolan says no. Tony says no. Emma Cat, who's been following LSU football longer than anybody here, says no. He's been here since the McClendon years. So this is why I say yes, okay? And we'll get to another question in just a moment, okay? The reason why I say yes is because Ed Orgeron is still recruiting at an extremely high clip. And as long as Ed Orgeron recruits at a top 5 national level, LSU's always going to be in the running for a college football playoff. You just are, okay? Even with last year's team, even though most of their players are transfers and lower star recruits, still the backbone of the team were high-rated, nationally ranked recruits. Stevens, Delpit, Fulton, Stingley, the list goes on. So, yes, I believe he can, but not with this coaching staff, not with this mentality. And the problem that we see now is that obviously Joe Brady and Dave Aranda were such huge pieces, but simply put, Joe Burrow made all the fixes during the course of a game. It doesn't matter what kind of defense you threw at Joe Burrow, he was always going to figure you out. Always. But you don't have that this year. So you need actual coaches that make actual adjustments. And if we want to be specific, and if you've been with me, and this was the first controversial video I did on this channel, it was episode 14, and trust me, I was just starting off this YouTube channel. This is what my life, this is what I want my life to be the rest of my life. It's just LSU football talk. Honest, passionate, we love LSU, but honest football talk. So I did an episode on Ed Orgeron's coaching decision last year against Alabama to punt the football on 4th and 1 from the Alabama 42. They punted the football off. Tua scored back-to-back touchdowns. All we needed was 1 yard. We probably go on and score, and we probably end the game there. So a coaching decision from Ed Orgeron actually made that game closer than what it was, because that game really wasn't close. LSU dominated every aspect of the game, but because you punted, it allowed Tua to get back into the game. So that was just a mistake that he made. My worry is that Ed Orgeron is so bad during the course of a game. And I know he had his tantrum last week with TJ Finley, and he had his tantrum on Bo Pelini. You know, I don't mind that so much. The thing that bothers me the most, people, and this is just me, is that we have seen this throughout the course of the season. It doesn't matter what your talent is. Mistakes that need to be fixed still need to be fixed. It could be Johnny, who is a 5'11 kid from Pineville, Louisiana, playing corner. You have to know to take Johnny out of the game. LSU just doesn't know how to make and how to fix errors on the fly. Now, Black OT sends in another super chat, as did Cliff. Let's go to Cliff first. The difference would be Brennan Chase and Tyler Shelvin. What would their difference be? Tyler Shelvin in a 4-3 would be awful. LSU just doesn't have the linemen to play a 4-3. They simply don't. Alabama's offensive line is great. And, that leads us to our next question. Is that an Alabama offensive line that's that great? Can LSU get those type of linemen? And right now they're not doing that in recruiting. And as much as I want to praise Ed Orgeron as a recruiter, what's happening right now with the defensive line, with the offensive line recruiting is another story for a different day. But I brought this up a few times on Twitter, and we talked about this in a live stream, and this is great. This is the most live streamers we've ever had, 200. Give yourselves a round of applause, because it's tough to be here and listen to all this, okay? So we're at 200. We only have 51 thumbs up. If you're not going to make a donation, if you're not going to Venmo, you're not going to do any of that, just hit the thumbs up button. That's all I ask. There's 196. Just hit the thumbs up button. Share this video with someone. I want to ask you this, though, and this is just me, all right? I need someone that can make the adjustments. I need someone that can figure out what to do with this team. Because, honestly, LSU, I don't mind getting outplayed every game. It's just I want the little mistakes fixed. I'll give James Craig a lot of credit. He stuck with this offensive line group, and they played a lot better tonight. But did you notice Alabama's offensive line? And here's the thing you got to remember, is that Mac Jones can't run, okay? Mac Jones has no escapability. So if you're an LSU pass rusher, as a defensive end, you don't have to worry about keeping contained, okay? So as a pass rusher, you have full freedom to make a move inside. You can make a move outside. You can spin. You can rip. You can swim. You can do whatever, okay? I'm a former pass rusher. When I saw someone that wasn't mobile playing quarterback, that opened up a full array of moves. And even with the LSU pass rushers knowing that, they got nowhere close to Mac Jones. And, oh, yeah, by the way, Glenn Logan and Neil Farrell have not taken a step forward. They've, in fact, taken a step back. They get eaten up by blocks way too easy. And it was blatantly obvious against Alabama tonight. Ali Gay had one great game against Mississippi State. He's been okay the rest of the way. He got torn apart tonight. He got torn apart. He had a bad game versus Auburn, too. So not only was DeVonta Smith a problem, the trenches are a huge problem right now. And remember, when LSU got beat by Bama the first time, what did Ed Orgeron say? We're going to recruit better linemen. Well, guess what? They don't have better linemen. They have an awful lineman right now. So, like Cliff said, LSU didn't blitz. LSU really didn't change a whole lot. They just let Alabama keep doing what they were going to do. Granted, this could be the greatest offense we've seen since last year's LSU team. We don't know. So, thank you so much, Cliff. Thank you so much, Black OT. Alex sent me a Venmo. Let's go to him. What do you make of the comments about Bo saying we don't have the personnel for 4-3 and Coach O saying we do? Well, I would agree with Bo Pelini. He doesn't have 4-3 personnel. And, in order to run a 4-3, I mean, you got to have some better defensive tackle play. You got to have some explosive guys. And Glenn Logan, Neil Farrell, those guys, I mean, they were good players on last year's national championship team. But as you can tell, Fiocco was a better player. Rashard Lawrence was a better player. They're really weak at defensive tackle right now. Okay, and hopefully this next wave with Jaquelin Roy and Jacoby and Guillory and Eric Taylor and Mason Smith helps us out at that position moving forward. Okay? So we say hi to Tristan. He's a Bama troll. Tristan, guess what? Congratulations. You won. There's no need to say anything else. Congratulations to you. We go to East Side. They've been two gap players their whole careers. Exactly. Because here's the thing. If you're it's a little bit easier to play defensive tackle in a 3-4 than it is a 4-3. And the reason why, it's because you've got to be able to hold your gap. And it's a little bit easier for an offensive lineman to size you up. And simply put, they've not done anything this year. So we'll see. Worst loss in LSU history. This is not the worst loss in LSU history. Hell, the spread was, 49. So, yes, it sucks. It really does suck. All right. We'll be back, buddy. Ain't that right? We say hi to TPVN. We say hi to Mike J. We say hi to Antonio. We say hi to Chillmonger. The dog up. What's up, man? LSU, go back to being garbage. Yusha, rough day. Make 2020 go Ray already. Chins up, forever LSU. And Yusha, obviously, you and I talk all the time. I'm really sorry about what happened in New York. It just sucks. But like you said, 2020 just needs to hurry up and in. So we'll see what happens. Drake, as all. Jonathan! He said he was going to break the Super Chat record, and he drops $100. I'm usually a stat nerd during LSU games, but tonight I put my 3 notebooks away and just watched to see who was playing with pride. The 5 players, in my opinion, who gave the most effort aren't even from Louisiana, which is alarming to me. Torrey Carter is a less recruit. True. Torrey Carter had a good game tonight. He really did. The players who I thought had a good game, okay, if we want to be positive, because Jonathan, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Jonathan's one of those guys that wants to see Booger, our dog, the official mascot. Haley will be bringing down Booger for some positive vibes here in just a moment. We'll make it happen next year. Marcellus, you predicted LSU to win this game 9-6, and you were close. I'm not going to lie, you were close. But anyway, King Alyssa said it's right. The LSU defensive line was handled all night long. So the players I thought that actually played well, I thought this was a good game for Jacoby Stevens. I thought this was another good game for Micah Baskerville. And I thought this was a good game for the LSU offensive line. I thought that they were really good. On the John Emery play, they cleaned everybody out, and John Emery did the rest. It's amazing what happens when you get decent blocking. So, if I were to give some game balls, I also thought TJ Finley was okay. On 4th and inches early in the game, it's stupid for LSU to not quarterback sneak with a 6'8", 230,000-pound hoss from Ponchatoula. What are you doing, Scott Linehan and Steve Insminger? And I like Steve Insminger, but don't push. Get this kid. I mean, TJ Finley could play defensive tackle if he wanted to. That's how good of an athlete he is. He's huge. Quarterback sneak. James says, are you on drugs? What? Really, James? No. I mean, come on. Drugs, this is a drug-free zone as I take a sip of seltzer. But, Jonathan, you're right. Who are the players that were playing hard and who were the players that were just kind of going through the motions? And, it's kind of hard when you're playing such a superior team and you're trying to figure out who's playing hard and who's not. But, obviously, LSU was a defeated side. Okay, so what does Scott Linehan do? Because he's not helping with nothing. Yeah, it's kind of hard to judge an offense when you don't have your starting quarterback and you're starting 2 true freshmen. Okay, Butte dropping the ball summed up the game. Yeah, that was stupid. He tried to do the track and field thing like Tyreek Hill sometimes does. And let's be honest, this is the second time LSU's done this on a major scale and gotten away with it. The last time, of course, was Tyrann Mathieu against Georgia in the SEC championship game. So, yeah, it sucks. I never thought I'd say this, but I miss Miles Brennan. You should. I mean, Miles Brennan broke all kinds of records. But Jonathan, God bless me last year with winning the lottery, and I'm just paying it forward. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Congrats on winning the lottery. I would like to win the lottery, too. I have won the lottery. Give it up for my lovely girlfriend, Haley. Oh,
good night.
Good night. Can we get bigger?
She's asleep.
Well, please go get bigger. Go get bigger. Max, thank you for your donation.
How about you turn it down?
Bo Pelini was a bad hire, but Scott Linehan feels like he's just sitting up there in that box of cashing his check. He is getting $800,000 a year. But what would you want Scott Linehan to do? He's a passing game coordinator. It's kind of a weird thing. So last year, LSU had Joe Brady, who won the Broyles Award for the nation's best assistant. He transformed LSU football forever. Got to give Ed Orgeron a lot of credit moving the offense in that direction. But in order for that to work, you needed a real symbiosis between Brady and Insminger, because Insminger still called all the plays, but Joe Brady had a heavy influence. As you could see there, that's kind of a weird thing. Most coordinatorships aren't like that, people. They're just not like that. So, it's just how it works. I know, David. Not the wife yet, though. John Emery needs more carries. So, here's the thing. All right. I was a John Emery guy before the season. Ty Davis Price has outperformed him this year. Okay. I'm not going to let one carry confirm my preseason prediction that John Emery was going to be the best back. We need to see more of that. He had great blocking on that play. Now, he did a good job taking it to the house. He's the one running back of the team that gives you that capability, but you need consistency. You see, you can't just have a carry here and then a carry there, and then, unless you're getting that every week. All the great LSU backs gave it to you every week. Fournette gave it to you every week. Hill gave it to you every week. Guys, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. If you're going to be that guy every week. Be that guy that leads. Be that guy that gets the first rep in practice. And I'm not sure that if that's the case. And I know Emery's had some off-the-field stuff, but it's different. Max says, I thought Linehan was going to bring more personnel from his days with the Lions, empties with 2 tight ends, for example. Yeah, I could agree with that. Chillmonger, thank you so much for your donation. And here we go for Jonathan, the $100 donation. Here she is.
Be careful. She's been
asleep. We woke her up just for this. Everyone's had a bug. Official mascot of Power Hour LSU. Go Big. As you can know, as a lot of you know, Booger, y'all are helping pay for her kidney medicine. Thank you so much. Hit Stick, thank you for your donation as well. I'm afraid O is putting his job at risk with this loyalty to Pelini. Major changes this offseason. Hope to see Corey Raymond elevated. So, I was going to wait for the end, but since Hit Stick made that suggestion, everyone say bye to Booger. She's going back to sleep. Everyone say bye. Thank you, baby. Make sure she's hooked.
I got her.
There you go. Good job. Everyone say bye to Big. There were some positive vibes right there. Why does she look so sad? She always had that look. She's not sad. She's always had.
She's tired.
She's tired. We just woke her up too. I promise you, I had 2 angry emails to my personal email. I don't even know how you got hold of my. I had 2 people email me wondering where Booger was for the last live stream.
Come on, let's go, Titi.
Gene Chizik for DC. How about we keep Gene Chizik on the SEC Network booth? You need someone. Get Indiana's defensive coordinator. Okay, get Cincinnati's defensive coordinator. Get some young guys that want to prove themselves at the SEC level. This was always my problem with Bo Pelini, was that his defenses were never really that great at Nebraska, and he had the life at Youngstown State. He was a head coach with his brother on staff. So for me, at the time, I thought Bo Pelini's head wasn't really into being a defensive coordinator at the Division I level. So Hit Stick, I'm afraid Coach O's putting his job at risk with this loyalty Pelini. I think Corey Raymond needs to be calling the defensive plays next game. You need to see if your answer is in-house. Chillmonger said, I played Madden. I promise I would have LSU doing a lot better than Linehan for half the cost. The one thing I don't get is when they put Eric Gilbert at wide receiver, he makes plays. He did it again against Alabama, and then his run blocking was actually really good tonight. Then you put him back at the end of the line tight end. I would just like to see a game where Eric Gilbert is used the same way that Kyle Pitts is used at Florida. Let him be the greatest tight end recruit ever, okay? Is Bo on contract? He's on a big contract, a contract that pays more money than most of us. I'll put it that way. LSU is good enough to have a 4-3, but Raymond needs to go on doing it because he's more loyal to anyone on staff. I could see that. LSU is a generic version of Alabama, cheap knockoff from the original American. Oh, well, I don't want to go up against someone so patriotic to be the original American. He isn't Kyle Pitts. He's not even close. We had a discussion about, I think you and I did, Wicked Roller. I think he can be that good. Once again, no tight end in the SEC has ever had 30 or more receptions in their true freshman year outside of Jalen Werdermeyer at Texas A&M last year. Okay? Eric Gilbert is way past 30 catches, and he's only a true freshman. I think he can be Kyle Pitts. I think he is that talented. That's just a difference of opinion. Obviously, Kyle Pitts is on his own planet when it comes to being a college tight end. But, if you watch LSU, you see it every week. Eric Gilbert doing something crazy. You're right, Antonio. Arkansas' coaching staff did another great job today with Felipe Franks being deactivated like minutes before kickoff. They coached up a great game, albeit they weren't great on defense. No one beats Bama? You might be right. LSU is shaky every year. I mean, the original American, I don't want to go up against the original American because the LSU Tigers are shaky every year, including 2003 and 2007 and 2011 and 2019. Those years were the shakiest years, let me tell you. What's up, SPH? What if Urban Meyer came to LSU? And what if I had a Lamborghini tomorrow? I've had a few people talk about Urban Meyer and LSU, and we should buy out Coach O and get Urban Meyer. And come on, guys. We're smarter than this. It's never going to happen. Of course, you would rather Urban Meyer than Coach O to coach your team. Anyone who wouldn't say that is an idiot. Bottom line, Urban Meyer is the greatest college football coach of this era, not named Nick Saban. So, of course, but that's a pipe dream. It's never going to happen, okay? Urban Meyer, I don't think, would take the LSU job. So, and Antonio's right, especially with all the buyout money that's about to be heading Bo Pelini's way. Your number one defensive coordinator hire, if you could change it, just any one of the I would take someone that is calling defense right now. I would not be opposed to Charlie Strong, who was in the booth for Alabama tonight. Someone who wants to come prove something. Even though Charlie Strong's already proven that he can be a defense coordinator at the SEC level. So I don't know so much about that, but I would prefer him over Bo Pelini. I really would. And Donald makes a good point. Coach O ain't that bad. I think I think he's going to learn a lot of hard lessons. To coach a dynasty, you got to watch what you say. You got to watch your actions. You got to button everything up. And you've got to recruit the lines better. And as great as Coach Orgeron is as a recruiter, this offensive line recruiting is going to start catching up to you. Because your left tackle's a former defensive tackle, your right guard's a former defensive tackle, and another guy, before Liam Shanahan even transferred, was also a converted defensive tackle. That can work some years, but that's not going to work against Alabama. That's not going to work with first-year starting quarterbacks. That's not going to work with running backs that aren't Clyde Edwards-Helaire or Leonard Fournette. It just isn't going to work. Can we talk about the future of LSU? Well, we will on Tuesday night. I just want to focus on this game because it's fresh on everyone's mind. And Donald, like I said, I get this every live stream. We lost a lot last year. No one is denying that, Donald. No one. Not me, not you. I did a video on this. The years LSU loses more talent to the NFL draft, the worse they are the year after. The 4 years LSU has made the national championship since 2003, they had 6 or less players selected in the NFL draft, including before last year. As great as Joe Burrow was, something that was just as important was that LSU only had 3 players selected in the NFL draft the year before. which tied for the fewest since 2003. So as much as we talk about recruiting, what's even more important than recruiting is getting guys that are good enough to go to the NFL draft to come back the next year. Because who were the guys that really killed you tonight? Alex Leatherwood, who could have gone to the draft. DeVonta Smith, who would have been drafted. Najee Harris, who would have been drafted. Those are just three. Dylan Moses, who would have been drafted. Patrick Surtain, who is only a true junior, but if he was eligible to be drafted, he would have been drafted last year. So that's just as important as any type of recruiting. And LSU obviously had a mass exodus. So to the people that come into every live stream that say, well, we lost so much talent. And you're right, okay? I think everyone can see that. The problem is that when you lose that much talent, guess who else has lost a lot of talent early to the NFL draft? The guy on the opposite sideline. You never hear Alabama fans talking about that. And even when you lose that talent, you pay a coach 7 figures to not lose to Missouri, to not lose to Mississippi State, to not barely skate by against Arkansas with 2 extra weeks to prepare. So, whether it's that, whether that's losing 48-11 against Auburn, it's not so much that LSU is losing. I don't mind losing. It's what drives me crazy is one constant that you have year after year after year as your head coach, right? And if you're paying a guy $6 million, you got to see adjustments. You've got to see incremental, how about that word? Incremental increases in performance. Give Ed Orgeron credit. He buttoned up the offensive line this week. They played a lot better. But once again, like we started the live stream today, you can't on back-to-back possessions have Cordell Flott on DeVonta Smith. That's got to change. That's got to change. That should have been discussed leading up to this week. Because guess what? Alabama's got hundreds of coaches and analysts that could be coordinators anywhere they want in the country. They're looking for that. Every time DeVonta Smith is going up against a guy that's not going to play in the NFL, they're going to throw him the football deep. It's simple. So if you're going to lose, go down with your NFL guys guarding their NFL guys. You see what I'm saying? I don't mind losing. Just don't get outmaneuvered on simple things. It's simple. Okay? I did an hour-and-a-half film study against Texas A&M, pointing where the LSU offense needs to get better. And guess what? They made a lot of adjustments from last week's game. We did not see a bunch of free blitzers running free against Alabama tonight. And thank goodness that was fixed. But when you fix one thing, you got to fix it all. It's week by week, making sure everyone on the field is making the right plays. And SPH, I agree. I think LSU will be just fine. But a lot of the players that were making mistakes tonight are second-year starters. So, I'm not over. I don't think I'm overreacting. I think I'm being fair. I'm trying to be as fair as I possibly can. Is LSU super young? Absolutely. Was Alabama going to kill LSU tonight? Probably so. But the reason why I gave up 45 first-half points instead of, let's say, 21, 28 or whatever, yes, you're going up against an all-time great Alabama offense. It's just, on 4th and inches, run a quarterback sneak. When Cordell Flott gets burned one play, put Elias Ricks and have him cover Smith wherever. Now, the touchdown before the end of the half, even Darrelle Revis wouldn't have been able to guard that. That was an all-time great catch by an all-time great receiver. That's fine. You live with that. But everything else, you got to do better. You got to do better. And I agree with you. Only 4 guys on LSU's team from last year that's not the point. That's not the point I'm making. I had Alabama winning this in a blowout too. I think everyone did. Stingley did play hurt, and he actually played well hurt, if that makes sense. Stingley was a bright spot. Baskerville had another good game. Jacoby Stevens has played better these last few games. So there you go. Steven says, need a new QB. I thought Finley was fine tonight. His final number is 14-28, 144 yards and a touchdown. Obviously, you want your completion percentage to be a little bit better than that. But overall, I think that's fine, especially considering that Alabama's defense, in the last 3 games, only gave up 17 points. And 17 is not a lot, but running game got better. They were behind the sticks all night going up against a team that was scoring at will. But yeah. Let's see. Go to some post-game quotes here from Ed Orgeron. Finley runs a 6.3 40. I thought TJ actually showed some mobility tonight. Instead of rolling out to the right side, he stepped up into the pocket, which is obviously something that's going to help out a struggling offensive line. Once again, Jonathan, your $100 super chat is still up there. And Jonathan sent me a package. I think I'm going to open it at the end of this live stream. Let's see. Let's go to Ed Orgeron's post-game quotes. Liam Shanahan says, we left some points on the board. Ed Orgeron said Derek Stingley did come to him at halftime about guarding DeVonta Smith in the second half. Ed Orgeron says Alabama was moving DeVonta Smith around a lot throughout the game, which would have made it difficult to put Derek Stingley Jr. on him the whole game. And that's an excuse. That's a simple excuse. I'm not even mad at Flaunt. Pelini threw him the biggest wolf in this. Yeah, like I said, this is going to seem like me being critical of Cordell Flaunt, who was the best player on the field against Texas A&M. He really was. But he should not be in that position. You simply don't do that, okay? Name a sophomore not named Emery, Sting, or TDP. Okay, Flaunt. Name a junior not named Jeray Jenkins, Ed Ingram. Name a senior not named Jacoby Stevens or Austin Deculus. This is unfortunately a freshman team where young players don't make all plays. Like I said, Austin, it's simple, okay? And I'll address it over and over again. I don't mind mistakes. I don't. But if you let me ask you this, okay? Do you think LSU, with the season that they're having right now, okay? Because here's something I don't like, and I'm not saying this specifically to Austin, but if people were out there saying, it's a young team, then why weren't there anybody out there saying that LSU was going to be 5-5 this year, or 4-6, or whatever, or 3-7, or whatever the record is? Okay, so if you say that, Austin, why weren't there more people saying this? You want to know why? Because no one expected LSU to lose to Mississippi State. No one expected LSU to lose to Missouri. Okay, young team, start of the season. I get it, okay? But you would expect those mistakes made in those games to be fixed, right? Have you seen Auburn recently? Auburn beat you 48-11. Now, when was the last time Auburn ran you off the field? Okay? It comes to a point. Bo Pelini has obviously been a disaster. You know, I was saying that before the hire even happened. It's a problem. It's a big problem. And There's only so much you can say that freshen. Will LSU be better equipped to play Alabama next year? Yeah, because DeVonta Smith and Najee Harris and Mac Jones won't be there. Alex Leatherwood won't be there. That's a very experienced grown man team. Dylan Moses and Surtain won't be there. So you ran up against a very experienced Alabama team, right? But let me ask you this, okay? Do you think let me rephrase this, okay? If Nick Saban was coaching LSU's roster and Ed Orgeron was coaching Alabama's roster, let's say we flip the coaching staffs. Do you think Nick Saban would have gotten ran off the field by Ed Orgeron? Do you think? I'm just asking you guys. Do you think if the roles were reversed, do you think they would have been run off the field? Well, no. Okay. Austin says yes. Okay. Well, if that's the case, how come LSU has never, ever, even with the greatest team of all time, when, by the way, Alabama played a ton of true freshmen last year against LSU. Alabama was inexperienced last year against LSU. They really were. So it is what it is. Not 50-17, but 40-20 something. Like SBH said, Alabama's starting a lot of freshmen. My point, James, the game was over at halftime. But why wasn't that game a blowout? Because Ed Orgeron decided to punt on 4th and 1 in plus territory, and that allowed Alabama back in the game. It's just a simple truth. Anyone that watch a game will tell you. JJ, I'm not making excuses. I don't know what you're talking about. Last year was a different season. I agree. I totally agree. Okay? And Nick Saban has never lost as many people to the draft as LSU did. But, I mean, I'll put it this way. LSU this year has lost to multiple teams that they out-recruit by a wide margin. Wide margin. Okay? Why? Well, against Mississippi State, with 9:34 left remaining, it was a tied game. Against Missouri, your quarterback was dealing. Should never lose that game. But, we could just keep making excuses. I love seeing A&M ignored on 11 a.m. kickoffs. What's up, Carlton? Lily, what's up? Austin, you and I are on the same page, okay? But when you give your head coach a raise, when you expect him to be one of the best coaches in college football, he's got to do better. You've got to do better. Alabama game's not the perfect example of this because they're a way better team. They were a 30-point favorite for a reason. But, you would just expect better performances. The Alabama game, it's not, like I said, it's not the best example of this, okay? Now, let's talk more about this game specifically. Okay, here's a good point by Andrew. And he actually texted this to me during the game. Let's take a look at the LA kids who played meaningful snaps for Bama. Moses and Christian Harris went to U-High. Chris Allen went to Southern Lab. DeVonta went to Amy. And Fedarian Mathis is from Funroe. And it's kind of crazy that all of Bama's starting linebackers tonight were from Baton Rouge. That is really, really crazy. So, yeah. Nick Saban's just a great recruiter. He gets a lot of guys from the Baton Rouge area, including this year with Kane Williams, but that wasn't a guy that LSU really needed because they targeted other safeties in the state of Louisiana. But no, SBH, we knew you would lose at least 4 games. So before the season, SPH, were you saying that LSU was going to lose to Mississippi State, who has in turn been one of the worst teams in the SEC? Were you saying that LSU was going to lose to Missouri? Really, Missouri? I mean, they're kind of good this year, but with the first-year head coach and a first-year starter at quarterback, maybe because the game was on the road instead of at home. Losing to Texas A&M, I said LSU was going to lose to Texas A&M before the season. I also said LSU was going to lose to Alabama before the season. So the other 2 games you can have a discussion about. I expected the team to take a step back. But I didn't expect the lack of adjustments. I didn't expect this. What 4 games did you pick? That's what I'm asking you. Mitch, are you a Bama fan now that DeVonta Smith and Ishmael Softer? But how many recruiting battles has O lost to Bama since being head coach? Yeah, I think Andrew wasn't making a big recruiting statement. I think more so he was just pointing out the irony of it. I don't think that's as much of a recruiting statement because, look, that was a guy – Nick Saban recruited DeVonta Smith. DeVonta Smith obviously made the right decision for him. So, you're going to lose some kids. Like in our last video, someone was making a point about Travis Etienne. That was a Les Miles era thing, but, he wanted to go to Clemson. All the power to it. We had a Mitch. So, yeah, it's fluky. For instance, Cordell Flott has been overall a net positive for LSU. He's from Alabama. So it's just one of those things. How long do you think it'll take for Bo to be fired? As I slobber. Here's what I think LSU should do about Bo Pelini moving forward. Okay, now tell me if y'all like this or not. All right. Here's what I think they should do. Okay, I think LSU should allow Corey Raymond, who has said in the past he wants to be a defensive coordinator. I don't know if that's what he wants to do. He may not want anything to do with defensive play calling. But if Corey Raymond, who's been at LSU forever, he's been at LSU longer than I think anyone who is a position coach on staff, not named Steve Ensminger, who is currently calling the offensive plays. What I would like to see is someone else on the staff get to call the plays next week. Okay? Do you think that should happen? Type Y for yes, type N for no. Okay? Let me know what you think. All right, I'm checking for Venmos here. Once again, crap, I should have done this. So if I didn't lose any money on this. Venmo. You say yes. James says Corey Raymond is not happening. Right there. This. Boom. I think that did it. Did that do it? Jonathan's $100 donation is still at the top of the screen. That's really cool, man. Thank you so much. All right. So Mark makes a good point. Bo Pelini more than likely is going to be here next year. So look, there's 209 of you watching. Please hit the thumbs up button if you haven't already. No. LSU's in deep trouble, according to Luke. I wouldn't say that. I don't think LSU's in deep trouble. I don't. And I know some of you feel that way. I think they need some help on the offensive line. I think they need to reevaluate some coaching decisions. I think they need to reevaluate some communication. But when you have a coach that still is reeling in top 5 national classes, bottom line is you're still going to be fine. Andrew says for next year, Ryan Nielsen, the Saints DL coach, should get a strong look for the coordinator if Pelini gets canned. So here's the thing. South Carolina forked up the money to get Will Muschamp. What was his buyout? 13, 14, 15 million? And here's one thing I'm concerned about. There's those rumors that Rajon Davis is going to go to Ohio State. I just don't think recruiting comes down to how bad you get beat on the field. Because let me tell you this. Terrace Marshall still chose to come to LSU when LSU was getting shut out in Tiger Stadium by Jalen Hurts. He still chose to come to LSU. Usher makes a good point. Florida probably won't play their starters against us. Stingley got exposed tonight. When? The touchdown before the half, he couldn't have played better coverage. He also had an ankle injury. Now, to Luke's point, Derek Stingley Jr.'s injury issues have been an issue for LSU. Obviously, there's nothing you can do about getting injured. But here's the problem with that, okay? The problem with getting injured is that you are unreliable during the course of a game. Because when you get injured, corner is a very important position, especially when you want to play a lot of man coverage in Bo Pelini's defense. When you can't trust the health of your best player, it changes a lot of things up. But, that's a different discussion. But I thought Derek Stingley Jr. was fine. He wasn't perfect. He wasn't great. Shadow makes a good point. 3-4 to 4-3 players use still the 3-4 to give time. If I see it next year, then yes, it won't work out. And if Bo Pelini says he doesn't have 4-3 guys, it is different. But to counter Bo Pelini in that statement, as critical as we've been of the LSU linebackers, the 3-4 is a lot harder to block as an offensive lineman than a 4-3. And the reason why, it's because if you're in a 3-4, and Clemson does a great job of this, and you're stacked on top of the center, you don't know which way the nose guard is going to shade or if he's just going to go straight up. I personally like the 3-4 because it makes you more unpredictable on defense. That's just me. Do I think Terrace Marshall is better than DJ Chark? Obviously, I don't know. DJ was so good at LSU. He really was with Danny Etling. And Miles Brennan and Joe Burrow both better than Danny Etling. So that's tough. DJ Chark is an elite NFL wide receiver. And I say an elite. Is he a top 5 or 10 NFL wide receiver? Probably not. But he's had really bad quarterback play. So personally, I'm a DJ Chark card collector. I have more DJ Chark cards than anything else. I actually believe in his future in the NFL. The difference is that Terrace doesn't have DJ speed. Now, ball skills, route running ability, it's a little bit different. So, yeah, I think Terrace will be a good NFL receiver. I do. It's kind of crazy to think where Alabama would be without Louisiana's talent. Eddie Lacy, Landon Collins, Cam Robinson, Luther Davis, Kenny Bell. To your point, BJ, what about all the other Alabama players from all around? When you have another Division I school in Auburn that's a top 10 recruiter in your own state, most of the players you're going to have on your team are from out of state. Now, obviously, someone like John Parker Wilson is from Hoover, but Najee Harris is from California. Tua Tagovailoa is from Hawaii. So, I don't remember where Derrick Henry's from. Wasn't he Florida? I don't remember. Most of the guys you're going to get to come to your school aren't from Alabama to begin with. We wouldn't have beaten Auburn with that. Yeah, you're right. DJ Chark won you a lot of football games, and he was never expected to be who he was. Miles Brennan or Bryce Young next year? Well, in what? Who the better quarterback will be next year? I would say Miles Brennan. I would. I think Bryce Young is a better talent. I don't like the comment that we don't have the talent for the 4-3 Wheezy. You have 6 persons that are 340. I know we can't shed tackles, but every player doesn't have to be Mason Smith or Glenn Dorsey. Well, that's the thing. 4-3 defensive tackles aren't your Tyler Shelvin types. They just aren't. Tyler Shelvin is a head-up nose and a 3-4, the same way Ted Washington or Vince Wilfork or anyone like those guys. To run a 4-3, you need those type of guys. You don't have to be Glenn Dorsey or Chad Lavallee. I'll tell you this. Christian Lacouture, who's currently on staff, is a better defensive tackle than anything LSU has right now. Jamar Chase opted out. Oh, thanks, Donald. I did not know that. I'm kidding. You're right. And all the opt-outs. I don't know. My point remains the same on this because this always becomes the most important point in the live stream. Okay? Did LSU have a lot of players opt out and go to the NFL draft and a lot of coaches move on? Yes, absolutely. Did we expect the fire-burning disaster that has happened this year? No one. Nobody did. I don't know. I didn't. I thought LSU was going to take a step back. There was a lot of things that pointed. The one stat that really told me that LSU wasn't going to be great, and I didn't. I guess it was just my fandom that got in the way. Was the stat that the most telling statistic of an LSU team the very next year are the amount of players that go to the NFL draft, which makes a lot of sense. It's not so much your recruiting numbers. It's more to do with the guys that you have coming back. And Alabama this year had a lot of guys that would have been drafted that came back. So Donald, you had LSU losing to Missouri and Mississippi State and getting beat 48-11 against Auburn. If you did, then you should have bet the under in Vegas because the number was 8.5 before the season. Miles getting drafted? You mean the military? Did I say Miles Brennan was going to get drafted next year? I don't know. Baskerville is getting better every week. He made a few really good plays this week. Yeah, what's crazy? The first game against Mississippi State, Ollie Gay looked like freaking Reggie White, and since then he's just been average against the run and the pass. I don't know what happened. Obviously, this was the best offensive line he's faced all year. Texas A&M has an offensive line just as good as Alabama's. I get that. But still, he had one eye-popping game and then a lot of games where he's lost contain and not it. I love his story. I like him personally. I hope he comes back next year, but he's been inconsistent since then. Justin Fields didn't opt out. Okay. Thanks for that. I didn't know that. I'm kidding. I don't think Kerry Vincent Jr. and Jacoby Stevens are getting drafted. I could see Jacoby going undrafted. I still think he'll get picked up. Kerry Vincent will get drafted simply because athletically he's so gifted. And, if we want to be honest, his film was really good to close the year. Legit from the Ole Miss game on, you can make a case he was the best defensive back for LSU. You really can. I mean, he was really that good at a very difficult position. Teddy says, you're clueless. Gilbert looked like Gronk for 2 quarters. Put him out wide. LSU would have at least been more aloof, an idea how to play the defensive scheme with that COVID in the spring. What are you talking about, SPH? Roll Tide, roll, be safe. SPH, I'm losing you, man. I'm just – oh, Carter, man. I'll see you, man. Yeah, Kerry Vince is going to run 4-4, 4-5. From what I was told, okay, all the fancy medical equipment that LSU has behind the scenes that Kerry Vincent each and every week always tested out the best, whether it's squat speed or so what they do is they measure the velocity you squat a certain amount of weight, and all the numbers, Kerry Vincent was like top 5 in everything. So if he tests out as an elite athlete, he's going to get drafted pretty high. I don't know what happened to Chris Curry. I'll tell you this, and I felt this way before the season. I just don't think he's as good as John Emery or Ty Davis Price. I'm not so sure if he's going to get another carry the rest of the season because I do think LSU wants to see what they have at Kevontae Bradford. LSU also offered another running back earlier today. I don't remember his name, but he is a 4-star, and Armani Goodwin is still on the radar. You obviously have the young man Corey Kiner out of Ohio coming next year. And JoJo Earl is someone who could play out of the backfield. He's done that a lot at Alito. Now, he's not a running back. So, I just don't know where Chris Curry's in the picture moving forward. So we'll see. Exactly, Carvis. Do you think LSU will be ranked in the top 25 preseason next year? Yes, I do. I do. Yeah, Landon Dickerson's a country boy. He finishes his blocks. He's a nasty center. He's old school. But he's also one heck of a football player. He just pops off the screen every single time, and he plays a very difficult position. He's just good. No, there's just no other way around it. He's just really good. Yeah, LSU won't lose nearly as many players. They'll obviously lose Terrace Marshall. They'll lose Jacoby. They'll lose Racy. And that's about it. Honestly, that's about it. And Jabril Cox. So that's it. Why doesn't Joe Brady have the Carolina Panthers looking like world beaters? They've looked good. What? Teddy Bridgewater's a good quarterback. But is he a top 15 quarterback in the NFL? No. How about this? What about the other quarterbacks in his division? Probably 4th out of 4. Shadow, I agree. Like, the amount of players and coaches LSU lost last year is an obscene amount. An obscene amount. And Ed Orgeron deserves a lot of leeway when it comes to that. Don't get it twisted, okay? I agree with that statement, Shadow. But Silky makes a good point. Bama loses a crap load of players every year, too. Why the excuse? So it comes to a point. It comes to a point because something that could happen is that we could just keep saying to ourselves, the only reason that we have issues right now is because we've lost so many players to the draft. It becomes a little too easy. And when you say that, as a coach or as a staff, it's always easy to blame your players. Take, for instance, any store that's out there, whether it's a clothing store or you sell tires or whatever. If the owner just blames his employees, even if they're all first-year employees, it's not good business. Same thing applies here. And I agree with you. Like I said, Austin, I agree. Okay? I really do. They will be better. But you have to ask yourself this question, okay? Will the minor adjustments be made? Will the minor adjustments be made? You know, for me, one thing I always look for, does your team get better over the course of the season? Because LSU's two toughest opponents they played this year were in the last 2 weeks. Offensively, they played an awful game against Texas A&M, and defensively, they play a bad game against Alabama. So those two games are tough, okay? But next week against Ole Miss, what are we going to see? What are we going to see? Do you feel comfortable with LSU? I don't know. That's up to you. But we shall see. And by the way, LSU plays Florida next week, and then they'll play Ole Miss the final week on December 19th. So I play Florida next week. I got it confused. Hey, he's already asleep. I just tried to text him. We play Florida next week. I'm sorry. Florida's next week. So I'll tell you this. How many of you think LSU will win a game for the rest of the season? Do you think LSU will beat Florida or Ole Miss? Do you think that? Mitchell wouldn't have changed anything. Mitchell would not have changed anything. Alabama would have still pounded us. Silky. LSU maybe could beat Luke says, I feel so bad we deserve a top draft pick. I think we'll win our bowl game. Okay. Throw the rest of the season away. I agree with you, Austin. So here's what I would do. Okay, this is what I would do next week. All right. So Florida played against a true freshman quarterback today, and they were fine defensively. They weren't exceptional. They were fine. No, they were actually pretty good overall defensively. But still, what I would do this next week, I would do a few things. The first thing I would do is I would start Max Johnson this next week. I actually thought TJ Finley played well, all things considered, tonight. I wasn't exceptional. But I would like to see Max Johnson get the start this next week. And the reason why is because I want to see how he reacts to leading the team and how he reacts to getting the first team reps. Because so far, maturity-wise, leadership-wise, I've really enjoyed what I've seen from TJ Finley. He showed improvement tonight, okay? Now, for those that don't know, and you're just joining us, I did a full hour and a half where I broke down every single play. And honestly, I was disappointed because TJ Finley did some things against Texas A&M he didn't do all year. He threw the ball late. He didn't step up in the pocket. He didn't look off safeties. And he did a lot. He panicked so much against Texas A&M. Don't know why. Today, he showed me he could step up in the pocket. Max Johnson, you know, he's not done anything that really blows me away yet. But I think it's important for LSU to see how he does outside of garbage time reps. How does he do? I know he got some competitive reps against Texas A&M, but how does he react to being the starter? So far, just with the eye test, I think TJ Finley is a better quarterback. And I would be fine if Ed Orgeron said TJ is our starter the rest of the way. But I think it would be a failed opportunity to not see how the team reacts to Max Johnson, who is a completely different quarterback from TJ Finley. TJ's got a lot of heart. A lot of true freshmen would have crumbled in this situation. I'll tell you this. I'd rather have him than Brandon Harris or Anthony Jennings or Andrew Hatch. Garrett Nussmeier has that it factor from what I see in high school. Yeah, but so when I watch Garrett Nussmeier, obviously this is a high school film. He looks pretty good. He actually does. I just don't see a true freshman starter. Heck, Bryce Young was the highest rated freshman quarterback. And the limited snaps he's played for Alabama, he's been it's not like Tua is a true freshman. We could all be New York Jets fans. Heck, you could be Georgia fans, wondering if you're ever going to win a national championship. Think about how much worse your life would be if the guy who cost you a national championship is still killing it for Alabama, which, of course, is DeVonta Smith. Grant, my classmate, what's up, dude? Andrew Hatch references. How many of you thought you would get an Andrew Hatch reference? Only the real ones. Only the real ones get Andrew Hatch. Get Andrew Hatch references. Let's see if I could do this on here. I just want to see how this looks on the actual. I have a different screen than you guys. Boom. That actually could have pinned. Okay, there we go. I finally get it to work. James, that's a kinky question to ask at this time of night. You have to drop $100 super chat for me to answer that type of question. What kind of live chat do you think this is, James? I mean, are you Odell Beckham, James? I'm kidding. That was such a nasty rumor those girls said about Odell. If it were possible, would you rather have Joe Burrow again or last year's O-line? Oh, Brady, come on, man. Come on. Brady, are you kidding me? I'd rather have Joe Burrow. I'd rather have Joe Burrow than any other college quarterback to ever walk the face of the earth. I'd rather have Joe Burrow. Now, if I had an absolute crap team around me, I'd rather have Cam Newton because Cam Newton is a quarterback who could, carry a team on his own shoulders. But Joe Burrow is the greatest college quarterback to ever step on the field. Bottom line, period. And, I did a whole film study on this very thing, how Joe Burrow made the offensive line look a lot better last year than what it actually was. Don't get it twisted. Last year's offensive line was really, 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 really good, and they deserved the Joe Moore Award. They were unstoppable, though, because Joe Burrow was quick with the football. Joe Burrow could look off a safety. Joe Burrow was the smartest guy in the field, and Joe Burrow was extremely, extremely, extremely mobile. And he didn't take bad sacks. But last year, LSU got perfect quarterback play. Joe Burrow threw for 278 yards against Georgia Southern in the first game. That was the lowest amount of passing yards he had all year. So to have a quarterback play perfect, and he was perfect in every single game. Against Auburn, he had no pass protection. Receivers dropped passes. Derek Brown was terrorizing us. Didn't matter. He found a way. Florida was the only other game outside of Georgia Southern where Joe Burrow was under 300 yards. He threw for 291, but on top of that, he ran for 77. And LSU ran the football very efficiently in that game. So he was a perfect quarterback. Tim Tebow had a better career. Tim Tebow was better over a period of time. So, yeah, Tim Tebow arguably is the greatest college football quarterback of this era. I could make a case for Vince Young. You can make a case for a lot of guys. But based on one single season of play, Joe Burrow and Cam Newton are on a different level than Baker Mayfield or Marcus Mariota or whoever you want to mention. And Joe Burrow and Cam are all-time greats in many different ways. Like I said, there was no player on Auburn's offense that ever took an NFL snap. Let me repeat. They never took an NFL snap. outside of one left tackle. So Cam could carry a worser team better than Joe Burrow. But Joe Burrow, to me, is still the better quarterback, if that makes sense. But Shadow makes a good point. Joe Brady was very specific about his training of the wide receivers. Something else LSU did a good job of. They had a very tight personnel grouping. Yeah, I don't get the Mac Jones and Joe Burrow comparison. Is Mac Jones, are his numbers comparable? Absolutely. Absolutely. James says, how did Joe Burrow make the Cincinnati Bengals offensive line look? Well, it's the NFL. It's a little different. But you're all right. What's wrong with your eye, bro? I always squint with this eye. I don't know why. I was going like that. I'm fine, James. I really am. You think you need to clear house? So some of you have said this. He threw for 349 versus Georgia. Exactly. I feel bad for Jacoby and Guillory who had to overcome injury. That's a good point, Austin. Jacob, I think you just said Mac Jones is better than Joe Burrow, but you deleted the message. Hey, if that's your opinion, go right on ahead. You're fine. Hey, go on and say it. You have some stats to back that up. And to Mac Jones's credit, could you imagine this Bama offense with Jalen Waddle? I mean, come on. Mac Jones is more accurate than Joe Burrow. Okay, well, let's actually look this up. Mac Jones, ESPN. All right, let's go to his stats right here. And let's see here. His QBR is 96.4, which is really freaking good. Okay. Okay, I'll give you this. Mac Jones' completion percentage is 76.2. Joe Burrow was what, 76.8? So, yeah, you can make that case. You can make that case, Jacob. You really can. Mac Jones is overrated. Put him on a different team, he would struggle. I'll tell you this. His offensive line is better than Joe Burrow's offensive line. But, both of them have great skill position guys. All the East Coasters up at 1 a.m. Thank you, Jonathan. And thank you for your $100 super chat. We always do this, and we always do it at the 1 hour mark. I'm late on this. Let me know where you're watching from. That's why our receivers are so good at catching the ball. Let me know where you're watching from right now. I'll tell you this. I think while you guys shout out your hood, shout out your crib, shout out your neighborhood, shout out your area code, I don't care. Northern Virginia's in the building. How about the Who's covering a 3.5-point spread today? How about it? It's midnight. It's close to midnight. James is in Little Rock, Arkansas. Silky, what's good? Philly. Joshua, what's up, Philly? Murfreesboro. Well, we got our dude D from Nashville. He's also from Nashville. Silky's from Dallas. That's where I want to move. I love Dallas. Dallas can make a strong case. Best food in the country. Lake Charles. Oh. Well, Woodcat, I'm sorry about that. Our boy Plum is also from Lake Charles. I don't know if he's still watching. Daniel Rivers is also from Dallas. Wichita, Kansas. Jamal, let me know, man. My home comedy club, the Looney Bin, which is based out of Little Rock, Arkansas. That's where I started. They have a Looney Bin in Wichita, so I might come up there and perform there, Jamal. So shoot me an email, powerhourlsu@gmail.com. I'll give you some free tickets if I go. Yeah, isn't Jacoby Stevens from there? TPVN. Alabama QB system is good, but half of their QBs don't make it in the NFL, like A.J. McCarron and Jacob Coker. Well, every time I get a comment like that, I always respond, how many QBs actually make it in the NFL? Like, actually make it in the NFL. Okay? And then when you actually break down, TPVN, you're from Lafayette? I didn't know that, man. I'm telling you, the best restaurant in Louisiana is in Opelousas, Louisiana. Mama's Fried Chicken in Opelousas is the best. JJ, Shreveport. Let's go get some Rotolos next time I'm in Shreveport, JJ. But the bill is on you. Unless I get another $100 super chat. If I get another $100 super chat, once again, Venmo, Cash App. If you want to talk recruiting and you drop a Cash App or a Venmo or a super chat or a PayPal, guess what? We'll go straight to your comment. I know. I'd like to go to PA. JJ, you got our next Rotolos? I'm bringing my girlfriend. She loves her salads. I love the Rotolos calzone, baby. Woo! That chicken Florentine calzone. Ugh. Cotton's Fried Chicken in Minden. That name sounds very suspect. It sounds like a trap to me. TPVN, it is not late. Yeah, they do, Mitch. They do. So that's why if you Cash App or Venmo me, I get 100% of it. Zachary. Hey, look, Zachary. I'm just being honest, okay? It's a shaky name, okay? It's a shaky name. Cotton's Fried Chicken is a shaky name. It sounds very, very shaky, okay? I know, Mitch. Best way to promote that is, send it. Alex hit me up. Alex always hits me up on there. And I appreciate that, Alex. Rodney Carrington was at my home comedy club tonight. That's cool. I spoke to Rodney Carrington once on the phone. It was the funniest convo I've ever had. One of the funniest convos. But then again, he's a world-class comedian. So here's the thing. If I walk into a fried chicken joint, I want it to be just a little bit of suspect. That's why I like Popeyes. I want the people serving me fried chicken to give me rude service. That's why I'm not a huge Chick-fil-A guy. I don't like to be treated too well when I go eat food. I like disgruntled employees. I do. I know it sounds weird, but that means the food is good. Because if you trust your food, like, I don't want employees to be treated bad. Don't. That's not what I'm saying. But if the food is good and you have employees who don't want to be there, guess what? That means the food is still pretty good because people are still going there. If I go to a Popeyes and I'm treated too well, I don't want that Popeyes. I'm going somewhere else. You got to watch what you say. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Okay. If you walk up to someone that looks like me and you say, hey, let's go to Cotton's Fried Chicken, I would be very suspect. I would think you would be playing a very mean joke. Okay. And I'm Creole. Okay. Legit. That's just me. I don't know about you. Shane Beamer? Balls and Lake Balls Fried Chicken. Now that's my kind of stuff right there. Balls Fried Chicken. If you go by a shaky name like Balls Fried Chicken, Balls Fried Chicken. So, okay. This is a good point from Chris, okay? Mr. Jim's Fried Chicken. Chris Ghost, what's up? Shenard says Bo's got to go. I agree. Let someone else call plays next week. I will. I think the most indefensible decision tonight, when the greatest statistical SEC wide receiver is on the field and he burns you for a touchdown deep against your number 3 corner, it doesn't matter where he lines up on the field. Don't guard him with Flott again. Don't do it. Sam, you're getting the silent treatment. What am I giving you? I've had Southern Classic. Southern Classic's pretty solid. It was a defensive problem why we lost. Or Alabama's offense is just great and they're a better team. I don't mind losing. It's just that one decision has stuck with me all night. It has stuck with me all night. And I know it's easy to say, well, DeVonta doesn't line up in the same place every time. No, duh. I mean, that's modern offense. Wide receivers line up wherever now. Just don't get beat deep. That is all I ask. Give him 10 yards cushion. I think it's a little bit of both. I do. Also, like I said, I liked a lot. I liked Micah Baskerville a lot. I liked the LSU offensive line a lot, and I was very critical of them last week. That was a very good Bama front. I mean, Bama's defense had been playing lights out. Auburn did nothing, absolutely nothing against them. So, yeah, everyone's going to take what I say as negative. I started today's show stating the obvious. And here's the thing. If you're Ed Orgeron, and if you're just joining us, I'm going to start with what I led with. I think Ed Orgeron is a Division I coach, and I do think he's the right coach for LSU. I still believe in him. But understand, if you get the team, okay, because last year a lot of head coaches wouldn't do this. And I know it was in a very emotional win during a very emotional season. But after the game, to take the entire team to midfield and then to say in their house that it is your house, and then in the locker room to say their famous phrase, roll tide, what F you, I like it. It's SEC football. I don't mind rivalries. I don't mind trash talking. You can ask anyone. I have not blocked one Bama troll from my channel. I've not done it. Okay? I'm fine with trash talk. But understand, if you're a coach and you get a raise and you coach the greatest team of all time, and then they come in your house and beat you as bad as Alabama beat you tonight, which, by the way, was expected, understand that people are going to make fun of you. And understand that that only increases the pressure on your shoulders to deliver. So that's my point. Ed Orgeron got what was coming to him. And like I said, I'm fine with it. I like a confident coach. I like a coach that has that attitude because you got to have that swagger to beat a machine like Alabama. Because honestly, I think last year's Alabama team is more talented than this year's Alabama team. I really do. But you got to understand, if you're going to talk that trash, we'll let you slide this year. And I know all of you are going to say, well, the talent. Okay? But here's the thing. To Sam's point, you got to act like you've been there before. LSU had not been there before, though. It had been 9 years since we had beaten Alabama. Since 1912. Or 8 years. Or 7 years. 7, 8. Whatever the year is. So I was fine. I was fine with the celebration. I was fine with the trash talk. I like it. Okay? LSU had not been there before. Or they had not been there in a very long time. We'll put it that way. My point is that you cannot do that and then not deliver as a coach the very next year. Because with the lack of talent, which is probably the number one reason why LSU has struggled, because they did lose all that talent. But for you to take that next step as a coach, you're going to have to get this team playing better than what they are right now. McMath has been hurt. I would be shocked if he played another snap in an LSU uniform. He's got a Senior Bowl invite. I would tell him to pack his bags and go feed your family. Bottom line. So that's my point. You can be skeptical that LSU will never get to another college football playoff with Ed Orgeron. And guess what? Your skepticism is well put. There's a lot of things that should concern you this year. I still believe in him. I have my own skepticism. But if LSU recruits in the top 5 every year, you're going to be there. You're going to be in the vicinity. We'll put it that way. So, Tony, we scored more than many thought that we would. I got so much heat for saying that LSU would score 17 points tonight. They scored 17. Shenard, I appreciate that. Thank you. We have a discussion about Pennsylvania. Why are we talking about Pennsylvania? I know, Kane, Kane, I know that's where you're from. Or no, Yusha lives in Pennsylvania, but from Ukraine. Sorry about that. Pennsylvania is a fine state. I did a show in Pittsburgh a few years ago. I like Pittsburgh. I did it in I don't know what this is. I do a lot of comedy shows in cider houses where they serve cider. Cider is good. Really good stuff. Now, the problem is they give comics free cider. And I try and make sure I don't drink too much cider before I go on stage because I hate being tipsy on stage. Sam, I appreciate you. How about that? All I ask you to do, folks, subscribe to the channel, ring the bell for all notifications. We're going to have a lot of great content this next week. And if you can super chat or Venmo or Cash App to donate to the channel, like I said, most of my money goes towards my dogs. Go to my dog, Booger. Her kidney medicine is the most important thing to me. So as long as that's the case, yeah, Yusha and Kane, y'all are two of my favorite. I talk to y'all all the time. No need to bash or talk bad about Pennsylvania. We'll put it at that. Back to football. Everybody back to LSU talk. Kane and Yusha, y'all are two of my favorites. Two completely different people. What are your thoughts on the quarterback situation for next season? Good question, Sam. This is why I think you got to start Max Johnson. Because here's the thing. You know what you have in TJ Finley, okay? You got to see what Max Johnson could do as a starter. To me, and this is what I felt when I watched Max Johnson's high school tape, I thought he was a meh guy. I thought he was kind of meh. But, you know, one thing we've learned is that a lot of four-star quarterbacks are just meh. They're just dudes, okay? They really are just dudes. Here's a good example of this. JT Daniels at USC was very meh. And JT Daniels was a 5-star. The only two quarterbacks ahead of JT Daniels was Fields and Lawrence, the two best players in college football this year. So, you know, JT Daniels was average. So what did JT Daniels do? Well, he transferred. And there's something about transferring that changes you. especially at quarterback. Because when you're a quarterback, you're the center of everything at the high school you go to. And everyone knows your name and everything is easy. And whenever you transfer, it makes you work that much harder. Because you want to prove to that old school that they made a bad decision. You cannot tell me that the Joe Burrow we got at LSU would have been the Joe Burrow at Ohio State. He wouldn't have been. He just simply wouldn't have been. That's why I never get people criticizing Urban Meyer for choosing Dwayne Haskins over Joe Burrow. Because the year that Dwayne Haskins started, he was a Heisman finalist. So, see you, Yusha. Hit me up on the gram. So, Miles Brennan will be the starter. I'm not saying he won't be back. I'm just saying, quarterbacks that go through real adversity, which more often than not is a transfer quarterback, are the ones that are actually the ones that are running college football. It's just simple truth. I agree, Jesse. I think that's a perfectly fair take. Now back to Tony here. I couldn't be mad tonight except the obvious missed calls for Bama. Our offense played well considering. True. Tony continues, from watching this year and seeing our play, it makes you wonder if they are expecting some to transfer to make room. Not saying I want to see it, but it makes you wonder. Exactly. So right now, Ed Orgeron is floating around 60 to 65 scholarship guys. Obviously, next year, this year's eligibility doesn't hurt you for next year. So, for instance, Liam Shanahan, who is a senior, could come back next year. So, LSU, which can only have 81 scholarship guys, where everyone else in college football can have 85 scholarship guys, guess what? Well, it's true. LSU is going to be in a lot of trouble when it comes to making roster decisions. So what is LSU going to do? I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. They're obviously going to have to boot some guys off that want to come back. So, like, for instance, John J. Kirkland. Do you want him to come back? I would like to have him back. He's a senior. He was the one that picked up the fumble on our early touchdown. No danger of a Heisman winner at LSU this year. Well, why can we only have 81? So, for those that don't know, LSU earlier this year was hit with, well, I say they were hit. They imposed violations upon themselves for Odell Beckham Jr.'s actions after the national championship game and for what happened with Vidal Alexander, a former LSU offensive lineman who was paid a six-figure sum by a shady booster who siphoned money from a hospital. It's as bad as I make it sound. So LSU is self-imposing penalties, which includes only 81 scholarship players. And then the next year, LSU will only be allowed to have 77 scholarship players. And once again, this was not imposed by the NCAA. This was self-imposed by LSU. Well, TPVN, you know what? That's not true. That's not true. For a long time, LSU did not have good tight end play, and that had a lot to do with Les Miles, who was a very conservative coach, who had his tight ends only block, and he didn't ever want his quarterbacks throwing over the middle because throwing over the middle is tough for a young quarterback because a lot of quarterbacks throw interceptions over the middle. So, I believe, and I don't remember the stat, I did a deep dive when I was at Bleacher Report on this very subject. There was a 6-year period where LSU had 28 total tight end receptions. I think it was Richard Dixon left in 2007. And for the next 6 years, LSU didn't have it was a crazy stat, but basically LSU didn't use their tight ends, even though they had very talented tight ends like a D'Angelo Peterson. So enjoy Foster Moreau and Eric Gilbert and Thaddeus Moss and Stephon Sullivan, but for a while LSU did not properly utilize their tight ends. If Alexander made over six figures, what did the more elite players get? Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to get into individual players, but there are some obviously very crazy late second decisions by certain recruits to go to LSU, but you see that everywhere, okay? The bag money. I don't want to make this about that, but, the business of college football is going to be thrown in for a loop over the next decade with the upcoming NIL, which, by the way, is kind of weird because Urban Meyer is technically a consultant to LSU football. Because earlier this year, LSU hired a consulting firm to help them with the upcoming NIL, which, by the way, the NIL, for those that don't know, is the upcoming move by the NCAA to allow college players to make profit and advertising deals off their own image. Now, that's a very simplified definition of the NIL. But anyway, LSU and Texas both hired an NIL consulting firm, and one of the advisors of that consulting firm is Urban Meyer, who is currently rumored as the next coach for Texas. So technically right now, Urban Meyer is a consultant to LSU, just not a football consultant, but kind of weird advertising consultant. No, Josh, don't watch. We'll just start the whole thing over. Josh, join. An hour 47 in. And Tony makes a good point. There could be worse penalties heading our way. Because ask yourself if you're the NCAA. You as an organization, do you think they liked that Odell Beckham Jr. was handing cash to LSU players on the field? That's a slap in the face to your very organization. And do you think the NCAA likes the image that a booster siphoned money from a hotel to give to an offensive lineman? There's no telling what the NCAA will do. And, if we're going to talk more off the field stuff, obviously the biggest story surrounding LSU football is them hiring this Hush Blackwell firm $100,000 to investigate what actually went on with Drake Davis and everything off the field. So, this is something that I've said all year long. The coaching on the field, the adjustments, all those things have really hurt LSU. And I think part of that is due to losing their two best tacticians in Joe Brady and Dave Aranda. So, and I think we get this often confused with coaching. All right. Coaching at the NFL level compared to the college level, compared all the way to the high school level, are completely different things. Okay, as a high school coach, there's a lot of things you got to worry about. You got to worry about if kids are able to get bused to school on time. That's something you don't have to worry about at all the other levels. But I could argue that college coaching is the hardest, especially at a very high-level Division I school, because Ed Orgeron spends most of his time recruiting. And they pay Insminger and Linehan and Bo Pelini to actually do the coaching, the X's and O's, and the decision-making, and all of that. LSU's been really bad in that department this year. Bottom line, no cap. But I can make an argument that all the stuff that is around LSU football right now has played a major role into what the coaches are dealing with right now. NCAA football games should be back. I feel O needs to bring back as many players as possible for leadership. I know some guys got invited to the Senior Bowl, but O this year will finish with 3 top 5 classes under O. This team will be nice. Here's my response to that, Jesse. Ask yourself this question. Obviously, Terrace Marshall Jr. leaving, he's not a Senior Bowl player, but We tend to do this. We tend to think players aren't replaceable when they actually are. So Terrace Marshall is not a replaceable talent. He's an all-time great LSU wide receiver. He just is statistically. But everyone else on the LSU offense is rather replaceable. You can argue Miles Brennan not replaceable, but bringing Race McMath back would not be a good decision. He's got a Senior Bowl invite. Let him go feed his family. Jabril Cox, how good has he actually been? He's gotten you a few pick sixes, but outside of that, his production is replaceable. So when you say bring guys back, we always got to wonder this. Who actually wants to be there? And the answer to that question is not as many people as you quite think. And here's something I always want you to think deeply about this. We tend to look at college football players as professionals, okay? Some people feel college football players should get paid more, or some people feel college players aren't fully invested into the team. But I want you to think deeply, okay? We're an hour and 51 minutes. I want you just to stay with me just for a second, okay? You have to understand, most players that go to LSU, even the ones that are in Louisiana, could have played anywhere they wanted to across the country, okay? And guess what? They go visit all these other schools. So the bottom line is you watching, and me as well, we love LSU than most of the people actually going to LSU. The reason why they go to LSU is as much a personal and business decision as it is as much as them loving LSU. So, what does that mean? Well, a lot of people go to LSU because LSU has an amazing track record of putting dudes in the NFL. That is probably the number one reason why a lot of people go to LSU. It makes sense. LSU, Alabama, they put more guys in the NFL than anyone. The track record speaks for itself. But also, a lot of players that play at LSU are always looking for something better, whether it be more playing time elsewhere or a better role on the team. While this is happening, they're in a major transition phase of their life. So, what does that mean? Well, when you're at college, you're asking yourself a lot of questions. What are you going to do? What's my next move? So as a college athlete, there are a lot of decisions you have to make. What's going to happen next in your life? So even if college athletes get paid, whatever money they make is not going to be sustainable for the rest of their lives. So what happens to a lot of college athletes when they play? I was lucky enough my sophomore year to live with a lot of LSU football players. I won't name them specifically. I'm still friends with a lot of them to this day, some of which are still in the NFL, some of which just retired from the NFL, some of which have moved on to different things. One's a youth minister. The other is a clothing brand ambassador. What a lot of these college kids are doing is wondering how they're going to feed their families for the rest of their lives. So whenever the team starts to lose or there begins to be just a little bit of indecision amongst the players, it's a little bit easier for them to be detached from the actual football to be played. And I think we tend to lose sight of that. A good example of this, 2018. This was after the 07 championship team, and the 08 team was not good. And that team actually returned a lot of players from the national championship team the year before. They weren't good. They just weren't good. What happened? Well, a lot of them were starting to figure out, what am I going to do next? What am I going to do after this? I've already accomplished everything I could do. I won a national championship. What else do I want to? It happens. It's simple. That's why what Nick Saban does every year is pretty impressive. He gets guys invested every single year. Alabama blowing out LSU in Baton Rouge? It's clockwork now. It's clockwork. Double-digit beatdowns. What? This year in 2020, 2018 was 29-0. 2016 was 10-0. Jonathan. Okay, so Jonathan with the $10 thing. Let me go get it real quick, Jonathan. Jonathan sent this to me. Look at this. Appreciate that, man. Go ahead. Let me do something real. Y'all want me to open this or do y'all want to keep talking LSU? Who wants to open the gift? Open it. Let me see. Let me do this. Jonathan, I was going to wait till Tuesday. James, you want me to open it? So while I open this, I want you to comment who you think will be the starting quarterback next year for LSU. This is going to be my next question. Do y'all want Miles Brennan back? Who thinks Miles Brennan should be the quarterback next year? Or should LSU look at the transfer window? Ethan says Miles. Dude, Jonathan, you package this like crazy. Brennan, if he doesn't leave, Miles. But why not attack the transfer window? Answer this question. Have y'all seen JT Daniels? Have you seen De'Aaron King? All right. Look at this. That was the first wrapping. Probably Max Johnson. All right. So now we get to the Nike shoebox here. There might not be any lingerie or anything like that in there. Let's see. Here we go. We got a shoebox full of stuff. Jonathan, I appreciate your support. Tony, I'm telling you, this is the best wrapping job. Jonathan should have taught Antonio Cromartie how to rap. Some of you will get that joke. Or some of my LSU classmates how to rap. A few. Now I want y'all to see this. Look at the tape job on this. My girlfriend's gonna hate the mess in here. Dear Lord. Dude, this thing is packaged shut. Kane, what's up, dude? What are y'all drinking tonight? Let's see. I'm just drinking. Jonathan. I mean, really. So let's start here. Grape vodka, James? Some of y'all got the Cromartie joke. Even a Bama fan, Jacob. Let's see. So for those that don't know, KLSU gave me my first ever job as a student. So I'm wearing this shirt. Let's see this. Christmas card. Oh, cool. Jonathan, another super chat. I'll take a super chat like that. Carter, thanks for putting a smile on people's faces during a time when we need it more than ever. Go Tigers. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Some of y'all are on Everclear. Look at that. That is pretty impressive right there. All right, let's see what we got in here. All right, let's start with this. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Des, you're drinking Pinot Grigio. Really? Des is for real. Let's see if I can. That's cool. Look at that. Works perfectly. See what else we got in here. Look at that. What is that? Oh, look, we got some cool stuff right in here. We don't sip on a night like hot chocolate, JJ? They drink hot chocolate at Shreveport? What is this? Is this a ring? What is this? Is that what that is? Is that what is this, Jonathan? Drip, what's up? Drip, you actually thought we had a shot tonight? Look at that. LSU pin. I like it. And then a little shot glass. How about that? Is that what that is? Let's see what else we got. Eye the Tiger. Oh, look at this. Are you kidding me, Jonathan? Mark, what did you think the final score was going to be? Chewy says, Bama was covering before half, and the players played pretty hard. Yeah. What's up, Cliff? Cliff, look, this is what Jonathan sent us, baby. Cliff's family. Look at that. That is impressive. So this is what I'm going to put all my Capri Sun in now. I'm just going to squeeze all the little pouches out of this. Look at this. Look at that. That's cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's dope. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Gerald, you're drinking cold gin? So for those that just joined us, this is Jonathan, one of our viewers. He dropped a $100 super chat. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Oh, look, Jonathan sent me all his old tickets. That's cool, man. I hate taking this, though. I'm interested. I was at this game in 03. That's cool, man. Some other cool stuff in here. Some cards. You sent me a watch? Really? A watch? Thank you, man. What is this? This was. Is this a program? Oh, this is cool. An old LSU program. Jonathan, I appreciate that, man. And a lot of tickets. We got a Donruss Ken Griffey Jr. card. So I told the funny thing is I told Jonathan I live in a small town, which I do. And legit the only restaurant in my small town is an Applebee's. And I didn't even tell him that there's an Applebee's in our town. I appreciate the gift card. How much is on this thing, man? That's wild. I don't know how much is on this. I don't really care. That's cool, man. Only thing is I don't ever eat at Applebee's, but I will now. Oh, this is cool. Look at this for you diehard sports fans. Mark McGuire. That's dope. Got some other sports cards in here. Jonathan, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Let's see what else we got here. We got some LSU napkins. Hit up the 2 for $20 with the lady. You know what's funny is like let's see what cards we have here. We have Ken Griffey Jr. We have a bunch of Griffey and Cal Ripken. That's cool. What is this? Oh, yeah, they used to give out these little floppy disk. The most underrated baseball player of all time, Tony Gwynn. How about that? Jonathan, I really appreciate you, man. This was really freaking cool, man. Thank you. I really am overwhelmed. I never thought that this channel would ever grow to be anything. Score prediction for Florida and Ole Miss. I don't like to give early score predictions because you don't know the weather. You don't know who's healthy. You don't know who's going to opt out. So, yeah. Yusha made a good point. Will Florida call off the Dogs knowing that they're already in the SEC championship game? They won't because they lost to Texas A&M earlier this year and another loss. Cuban, thank you for the donation. But look at this. This is a crown jewel right here. This is just cool, man. That is so cool. And I don't really drink liquor all that much, but this just looks cool. It's just dope. Jonathan's the man. I'm telling you, man. This is cool. He said, this is for my beautiful girlfriend because my big self cannot fit in that or cannot fit in that. I don't know, but this is cool, man. Thank you so much, Jonathan. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Better fool that with some of that yak. Some of that yak. Capri Sun? Who here doesn't drink Capri Sun? That's my question. Okay, so that's what this was? Yeah. So let's see this. Sports Illustrated from when they beat Florida. Riding an 18-game winning streak, defending – oh, this is a throwback to the 1959 Billy Cannon game. This is so cool. Oh! I did not. So this was on the cover, but this had actually ripped out. Look. Y'all, look. The iconic cover. I've always wanted this sport. Jonathan, you're my dude, man. Look at that. This was the first time LSU was on the map in the modern day. This cover. This is iconic for LSU fans. Iconic. Look at that. Thank you, Chewy. I appreciate that. Was always a high C kid. Scarlett, you hold it down for the ladies. Unfortunately, college football live streams like mine are just sausage fest. Thank you, Scarlett. I appreciate you, Scarlett. Thank you. Look at this. Kev Falk is still the man. I am too, Scarlett. I've always wanted this Sports Illustrated. I've always wanted this SI. Look at this, Cliff. Look at this. Best Sports Illustrated cover of all time. Kidding. But for me, it is. Look at that. Kev Falk. This was the first time LSU was on the national map. In the modern day, it is. And this is what's crazy about me is because I'm 31, but I don't know so much about LSU pre-2003. I really don't. I don't know much about the McClendon years. I'm actually really close to Paul Dietl's grandson. He was a good friend of mine at LSU. but I don't know much about the Chinese Bandits and Middleton and that era. I just don't like the Tommy Casanovas and all of that. I I am lucky enough to have a relationship with Charles Alexander, which is really cool. But yeah, I don't know a whole lot about old LSU football, and that is just great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Couldn't stop Karen Crow. I hated him. Karen Crow. You know what's kind of weird? You know, we think of Kev Falk at LSU all the time, but something we don't. My headphones broke, by the way. Something we don't talk a whole lot about was how good he was with the Patriots. We lost every year. Well, if Karen Crow has Kev Falk, you're going to lose every year. But yeah, it's the bottom line. Let's see. Now, LSU called themselves the Chinese Bandits. I don't know a whole lot about that era, though, Kane. I really don't. You know, one thing I hate is like a lot of younger media members will act like they know a lot about that era. It was a completely different era. Amakat probably knows more. He knows more about LSU football than I do in general. But yeah, and Cliff does as well. He's a little bit older than me. He's my uncle. But I just don't know a whole lot about the 50s and 40s LSU. Falk versus Mark Roman. New Iberia. That's great, man. Thank you, Jonathan. Once again, thank you so much. So yeah, we are over 2 hours into this. I want to ask you, it's almost 2 a.m. on the East Coast. So shout out to everyone on the East Coast that's still with us. We are all crazy. The fact that I have over 100 people in here. So, you know, I'm going to throw it out to you. What would you guys like to talk about? All right. And we'll come to a consensus. Do you want to talk about recruiting? Do you want to talk about these next 2 games? Do you want to talk about the quarterbacks? Do you want to talk about the defense? Bo Pelini. Y'all went to the same elementary school? The Carter community. You want to talk more about the Carter community? Do you want to talk more about this channel? What would you like to see more of? What would you like to see less of? Do you want more recruiting? Do you want more me just talking about the current team? Do you want more cultural pieces? I was in grade school when Charles Alexander played. Lucky you got to watch that. That's cool that you got to watch Charles Alexander play. How about another? He was an LSU Tiger in a different era that had his career wasted by the Bengals. Oh, man, that is tough, Jonathan, to just do. But since you did that, an all-time LSU team, maybe 2 deep at every position. Okay. You dropped a $100 super chat, too, so I will try my best. So here's the thing. I'm not going to do all-time. Like I just admitted, I don't know a whole lot about the older LSU years. So, you know, how can you really compare Billy Cannon to Leonard Fournette? So something else I'm not going to do here is I'm going to leave the 2019 team out of this because it's just too hard to compare that team to all the other years because it was so much better. Okay? So get it ready for Tuesday. Like I said, Jonathan, do you want me to do that? Do you want me to wait until I will happily do that on Tuesday. But if you want me to do it off the top of my head, I could do that too. You know, at the offensive tackles, I would have Whitworth at one tackle. I would have Saron Black at the other tackle. I would have Lyle Collins at one guard, Will Blackwell at the other guard, and then I would have Ben Wilkerson at center. At quarterback, if we're not including 2019, I'll put Jamarcus at quarterback. And then at running back, I would go – that's tough. I think he'd still have to go Fournette at running back. And then at fullback, you can throw anybody there. Quinn Johnson or Connor Neighbors if you're doing I formation. But if you're not including that, let's do a 3 wide receiver set. Let's at 1 wide receiver, I would definitely have Jarvis Landry. Once again, I'm not including the 2019 team because if I was picking a first-team offense, I would just pick that entire offense. I would put Jarvis Landry at 1 wide receiver, Ruben Randall at the other wide receiver, and then I'd have Jarvis in the slot. And then my other receiver on the outside, you'd probably have to go Odell, but I'm going to go DJ Chark at the other receiver. At punt returner, I would go Odell slightly over DJ Chark and Tyrann Mathieu. And then at kick returner, I would have Trendon Holiday as my kick returner. At kicker, I'm going to go Josh Jasper, just slightly ahead of Cole Tracy. Neck and neck between those two. At the kickoff position, I'd go Avery Atkins. Now on defense, start with Glenn Dorsey at 1 defensive tackle. At the other defensive tackle, I would lean slightly towards Chad Lavallee, even though there's a lot of guys you could put there. Michael Brockers you could put there. Kyle Williams you could put there. So we're going to go with Dorsey and Lavallee at the 2 defensive tackles, the anchors of the 2 national championship teams during that decade. At 1 defensive end, I think you got to go Marcus Spears. And then at the other defensive end, you got to go Arden Key. That's how I'll do that, okay? Now, some people would say Brad Wink. Some of you have said Booger McFarland. I'll get to your answers in just a moment, but I'm just going off the top of my head to get this going. At 1 linebacker, it starts with Devin White and it ends with Devin White. So, Devin White is the best LSU linebacker, period. At the other linebacker, I would go with Brady James. If we're running a 4-3, my 3rd linebacker would be Kelvin Sheppard. Okay? Now, this is the toughest one. It's defensive back. At 1 corner, obviously, you can't not have Patrick Peterson. I don't think that's debatable. I think Patrick Peterson's the best player of this era. Bottom line. No cap. And I could go into a long conversation about that. I'll do a lot of off-season pizzas about this. So, I'm going to go Patrick Peterson at 1 corner. The other corner, I'm going to go Tyrann Mathieu at the nickel. I think that's pretty obvious. At the other corner, Corey Webster. You could do, freaking Morris Claiborne won to Thorpe. Christian Fulton, Derek Stingley. We'll go Corey Webster, okay? Some of you say Morris Claiborne, so we'll go Morris Claiborne. So we'll do the 2010 defensive backfield, basically. Morris Claiborne at 1 quarter. Some of you would say Randall Blue-Gay. I don't think he's on that level, but, he's probably on the next tier. And then at safety, I think Jamal Adams has to be one of those guys. And then the other safety, I personally would pick Chad Jones as the other safety as a true free safety. We could pick Eric Reed. Some of you say Jack Hunt. Some of you would say LaRon Landry. That's tough, but I do think Jamal Adams is that strong safety. The one player, though, that I would consider at the other corner position over Mo Claiborne is Dante Jackson, simply because I could do a lot of things with Dante Jackson. Out of any LSU defensive back that has ever played at LSU outside of Tyrann Mathieu, Dante Jackson proved that he could play any position in the secondary. Jalen Mills also proved that as well. And out of everyone we mentioned, the only defensive back at LSU in the championship era since 2003 that I believe was a 4-year starter was Jalen Mills. If he didn't get suspended at the start of his senior year, Jalen Mills would have started in every game he played. Now, was his ceiling as high as Patrick Peterson or Tyrann Mathieu? No. But he played safety and corner and the slot corner position, which Like I said, outside of Dante Jackson, no one else can really say that. So now let's go to Jonathan Zenon has slept on. That's really good. Craig Steltz, Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark was pre-2003. So Carvis agrees. Jamal Adams and Chad Jones. Jacob, who's a Bama fan, says Jamal Adams is a beast. So, it's a neutral perspective. Derry Beckwith was a or are you saying Kendall Beckwith? Some of you say Barkevious Mingo. I think Barkevious Mingo is slightly overvalued. Sam Montgomery was a more productive player than Barkevious Mingo as far as sacks are concerned. I think Mingo was a really good player. He made a lot of flash plays, but as a pass rusher, he wasn't as good as Arden Key. He just wasn't. I can argue Tyson Jackson was a better player than Barkevious Mingo. So, hey, if you want to talk about raw ability, Daniil Hunter's better than any of them. But he wasn't that great in college. He was very hurt. But raw defensive inability, Daniil Hunter's better than any of them. Defense is tough, though. But like I said, I didn't include the 2019 guys. So, I just think the 2019 guys is just a completely different thing. I didn't include Derek Stingley. I didn't include those guys. Michael Brockers or Michael Brooks? So you're saying Anthony Freak Johnson, good player, he's not in this discussion. Nowhere close to the defensive tackle discussion. He wouldn't even be a fourth-string defensive tackle on this list. Freak Johnson was a good name with a lot of buzz. He's not on this level. He's not Lavallee. He's not Williams. He's not even Logan or Brockers. He's not on that level. I would take Rashard Lawrence over Freak Johnson. Freak Johnson, great athlete, didn't live up to the hype. I thought Ego Ferguson was better than Freak Johnson. Brockers was a really good pro player. He was just really good. I don't think we respected him as much as we did because, as great as that 2011 defense was, they weren't that great at linebacker. They had Ryan Baker. He was a good linebacker. But that 2011 team was a really good defensive line and a lot of good defensive backs. LSU played a lot of Mustang package where they had 6 defensive backs on the field. And you want to talk about an all-time underrated LSU player, you got to talk about Ron Brooks. Ron Brooks was a great defensive back who could play all the defensive back positions. Could play safety if you asked him, could play slot corner, could play traditional corner. Just a really good player. Yeah, so Michael Brockers was a redshirt freshman. He was pretty good. He wasn't like all SEC, all American. And obviously his NFL career has been better than his college career, but he was one heck of an athlete. Someone who was really underrated. Really, really, really underrated player. And he doesn't get the credit he deserves. There's 2 guys, I think, that were very good at LSU, but you never hear them discussed among the greats. Part of it is because they weren't a part of championship teams, and part of it was because they weren't flashy. They didn't talk a lot. One guy is Devon Godchow. I don't think we give Devon Godchow a lot of credit. He came in with a very highly touted class, was expected to be a defensive end, got big, moved to defensive tackle, and started as a true freshman. Now think about that. Think about how hard it is to play true freshman defensive tackle when you're not the biggest or the fastest guy. But he came in and played really well, and he played a lot of snaps. Devon Godchow was quiet, played well against Bama, held his own against a double team, was a traditional 3-tech, but could also play an A-gap technique. Devon Godchow was a really, really solid football player who didn't take snaps off, never complained, wasn't a look-at-me guy. He was just a good player. Now, another guy who I think gets lost amongst the greatest LSU Tigers of this era, and I know this is going to sound random, and you're probably all going to disagree with me, but this is fine, is Terrence Tolliver. I really think Terrence Tolliver is a really, really great LSU player. And, what really matters to me, and I talk about this all the time. Dwayne Thomas was a solid player. But here's something I really liked about Terrence Tolliver is we always talk about how good are you when things aren't going your way. So Terrence Tolliver burned his freshman year to be a backup on the national championship team. Now, remember, redshirt rules weren't the same. So he probably that year would have just played 4 games and then they preserved his redshirt. So his first year with Matt Flynn, that was his first year with the team. And he was a 5-star recruit and came in. Okay. But then the next 3 years, they expected him to be just freaking unreal. But his quarterbacks were Justin Jefferson and Jarrett Lee. And it was supposed to be Ryan Perrilloux. Now, imagine how much better Terrence Tolliver would have been if Ryan Perrilloux would have kept his act together. And one day I'll do a video on it. I'm very well connected with Ryan Perrilloux in his situation. One of his family members is one of my closest friends. So I'll do a whole video on that some other time. Bottom line is Terrence Tolliver was on the wrong end of that. So even with Jarrett Lee and Justin Jefferson, Terrence Tolliver was really productive with those guys. He won the Tennessee game for LSU, caught a 3rd and 9 pass and a 4th and 14 pass to keep that game alive. And then Les Miles still almost threw the game away. And then the very next week, he won the Florida game single-handedly. By the way, the corner he ate up in that Florida game was Janoris Jenkins, who has been in the NFL for a very long time. Then against Texas A&M, huge bowl game for that 2010 team. Lit them up in his final game with the guy who he was never really in sync with in Jordan Jefferson. So, I always ask this question. Bottom line, how good are you when things aren't going your way? Terrence Tolliver was on really bad offenses when what we know about Les Miles was true then and was true throughout the Les Miles era. That was a bad offense to be in as a wide receiver. So Michael Clayton was a great player, but the bottom line is Terrence Tolliver played in the years where LSU had bad quarterback play. Early Doucette was pretty good. 5-star, one of the highest rated wide receivers LSU's ever gotten. Actually, I think early Doucette is their highest rated receiver ever at LSU. Very productive career, but he's not an all-time great. Mason and Corey are going to Georgia. What makes you think that? I'm dead serious. Skylar Green was great. Skylar Green, was he a better punt returner than Chark? Was he a better punt returner than Beckham? Than Peterson? Than Matthew? You can argue the best position LSU's had is punt returner. I know that sounds kind of weird. All this talk doesn't help LSU going forward. All right, then what do you want to talk about? Nola Swole 97. You could super chat right now. The only reason I did that is because Jonathan donated $100 and gave me a shoebox full of stuff. When you do that and you give me this piece of history that I've always wanted, and he didn't even know that I've always wanted this item. I will never, this is the one thing that matters more than anything, more than the super chat that you get. I've always wanted this. This is history. So Jonathan asked me to do it. I did it off the top of my head. There's obviously a lot of changes I would make if I had more time, but I just tried to do it off the top of my head. Yeah, 2003 Georgia game. Matt Mock rolling out to his left on 4th down, just throwing a bomb to Skylar Green, who caught the ball in the back of the end zone. It's one of the most beautiful throws you'll ever see. Freaking crazy throw, and he was under heavy pressure. New camera? So here's what's funny. Kyle, I actually just use my it's weird. The live stream, the camera's not as good as on our normal videos. I just use the camera that comes with my Mac. And the reason why I do that is because it's easy for me to see this and comment with you guys. So obviously the point of the live stream isn't for it to look or sound all that great. It's more about the connection. I feel like I'm connected with you. I thought about buying some more fancy graphics and stuff like that, but so yeah, Kyle, the camera quality on this isn't going to look as good as my normal videos, but I kind of like that because I have a monobrow. I don't have straight teeth. I don't look good. I have gray hair. Oh, looks good. Okay, cool. Wait, Shane Beamer? Shane Beamer is for real? Someone mentioned that earlier. That's true, Marcellus. Use this as motivation. The Mason Smith. Fastest overall team you've ever seen in college football. The fastest? That's kind of weird. Let's see. So I'll tell you this. So when I went to LSU, I covered a lot of games, and watching college football and just football in general on the field level is just so different. And I don't know why more coaches aren't in the booth. I think all play callers should be in the booth because when you're on the field, you can't see anything. 2008 Florida. Yeah, okay. Yeah, true. They were really fast. Travis Daniels was a good player. That secondary was just nasty. Who was the other safety? What was it? Okay, so it was Travis Daniels, Jack Hunt, Randall Blue Gay, and Corey Webster. And then the 07 secondary was LaRon Landry, Chevis Jackson, Jonathan Zenon, who, by the way, probably made the most important play by an LSU defensive back in history is pick six versus Tennessee. Oh, the Oregon Ducks in 2010 were nasty. But in 2011, Tyrann Mathieu happened. Oregon 2010. Oh yeah, LaRon wasn't in that secondary. It was Chad Jones, wasn't it? Chad Jones was at the start. It was Craig Stelz. That's right. '97 Nebraska. It was that Eric Crouch. Yeah, Michael Brockers was just a monster. I interviewed Michael Brockers a lot. I did a lot of media work on the 2011 team, and Michael Brockers is just such a huge individual. Can I tell you something though? The only time really as a media member where you're just like blown away by like athletes is when you interview an NBA guy. When you're around NBA players up close, they're aliens. They don't exist. I've been lucky to be close to LeBron James in a basketball setting. He's not human. He's not a human being. Those guys are not humans. The only time in college football where my jaw dropped to the floor standing next to a human being was I covered the Sugar Bowl, the Alabama-Oklahoma Sugar Bowl, okay, where Oklahoma just blew Alabama out. It was such a weird game. And the quarterback for Oklahoma was Trevor Knight, okay? And I interviewed Trevor Knight after the game, and he was a really nice dude. It was such a weird game. But there was a running back for Alabama who just had this crazy game, and I didn't really know a whole lot about him. And I was watching him just run away from Oklahoma defenders. So before I went up to this Alabama running back after the game, I had met Adrian Peterson. Okay, so I had stood next to Adrian Peterson, who is a towering human being. Cool dude, nice dude, whatever. And then I stood next to this Alabama running back, and I was like, what the heck? This dude is a tower. He was bigger than the defensive linemen that were around him, and that running back was Derrick Henry. A lot of you are thinking Sean Alexander. Derrick Henry is the craziest freak of nature I've ever stood next to. And it could have just been that he was in his pads. But I remember watching from the press box Derrick Henry burning the Oklahoma secondary, which had a lot of fast people on it. And staying next to him and just being like, what the heck? And this was before his Heisman Trophy and before we knew Derrick Henry was this dude. I do have an Adrian Peterson rookie card. I don't remember where I put it. This is cool, though, this Jamarcus Russell. Which is funny, today I was organizing all my LSU cards. But it was just so wild. Derrick Henry is just wild to be next to. Wild. But that's the thing, Brandon. He's bigger than the linebackers. He is bigger than the linebackers. That's what really blew me away. And that's why I like that guy so much. I mean, he truly is a freak of nature. And then his college or his high school stats are just crazy. He has like 530 carry, 300-yard games. Yeah, me too, Kane. I thought, okay. You want to know something crazy? So I've made a lot of strong LSU takes. I've been right on some of them. I've been wrong on some of them. Okay. So, and JJ, I'm gonna get to this Trent Richardson point. So, Trent Richardson happened, and Trent Richardson was a great player. Obviously, he killed us. In the 9-6 game, he got us pretty good, but Nick Saban took the ball out of his hands for whatever reason, and then in the national championship game, he got us good. But you know what happened? I was a little bit after my college years. I was doing some radio, and it got out that everyone thought I was being super negative about Leonard Fournette entering the NFL draft. When all I said going into the NFL draft, if I were an NFL team, I would rather have Christian McCaffrey instead of Leonard Fournette, simply because Christian McCaffrey was a better receiver. That was my reasoning, okay? I thought Leonard Fournette was going to be a really good NFL back. He's been a good back. But I thought Christian McCaffrey was going to be transcendent. I put my name to it. I believe there's some tweets out there. I did a bunch of radio. And it got around the LSU community that I was like anti-Leonard Fournette. But I wasn't. This was my exact prediction. So because of that, I thought the same thing about Derrick Henry. But Derrick Henry has proven me wrong. But, sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. I was obviously very right about that Leonard Fournette take. But the amount of hate messages and hate mail that I got for saying that McCaffrey would be better than Leonard Fournette, you know, that was that was that was my one take that I was right about, and everyone thought I was being anti-Fournette. I said Leonard Fournette would make Pro Bowls. I said he'd be good. I just really thought Christian McCaffrey coming out of college was the real deal because he is a modern back. Now, that's the same way I felt about Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I said I would rather have Clyde than kid from Wisconsin, Jonathan Taylor. I'd rather have Clyde than Jonathan Taylor because Clyde is obviously really good coming out of the backfield. Now, both of them have had okay rookie years, but still, it's simply it's the same thing. You're still not sold on DK Metcalf? Well, I'd like to know why. Trent Richardson went to a garbage Browns team. I don't think it was just the Browns. I just don't think those type of backs work outside of Derrick Henry. He's the one exception. And it's just if you ever watch Derrick Henry run, on his long runs, he's running away from defensive backs. Yeah, that's a good point, Cliff. If Fournette would be a better fit if he played for Cleveland, but the question I would reply to that though is Leonard Fournette as good as Nick Chubb? Now, obviously in college he was, but Nick Chubb is really good. How many running backs in the NFL would you take over Nick Chubb right now? How many running backs would you take over Kareem Hunt? He's obviously the best backup. But Nick Chubb is ridiculous, and he plays with a bad quarterback. What am I drinking? I am drinking. So I used to just drink Michelob Lime Ultra. This is what I drink now. Scarlet Letter. And I hate seltzers. I love this one. Fournette needs to go somewhere that has a young but talented QB. What's that going to change? He plays with freaking Tom Brady. Tampa Bay's got a good offensive line. Fournette's not had a great year with Tampa. He's shown some flashes, but he's normally 2 yards in a cloud of dust. I'm not a big whiskey guy. No, I was in college. I would drink a lot of Crown and Coke. That was my thing in college. It's not my thing now. Did Errol Spence win tonight? It looks like Spence won 84 jabs to 14. Errol Spence did win? Good. Drink makers? I don't get this. Yeah, Justin Jefferson's a monster. What's up, Roby? I don't get the Bama fans that say LSU is a one-hit wonder. That just does not make sense. It does not make rational sense. Okay? It doesn't make sense when people say LSU is a one-hit wonder. Okay? LSU has won 3 national championships and has gone to 4 national championship games since 2003. One-hit wonder Coach O. What? He won 10 games a year before that. Oh, Avery's back. The flesh-eating Avery decides to come in at 2 in the gosh darn morning. Congratulations, Avery. You won. I hope you're happy. Alabama did what everyone expected them to do. Exactly, JJ. I mean, I don't like if you're a college football program, if you weren't Alabama, who would you rather be right now? Okay? You'd rather Ohio State's in a better position than you right now? Obviously. Clemson's in a better position than you right now as far as a program is concerned. You know, there's a few other programs that are in your realm if you're LSU. Obviously, Oklahoma, obviously, Georgia, recruiting on your level. Texas A&M is getting there. They're getting better, obviously. But outside of those 3 programs, outside of Ohio State, LSU, outside of Ohio State, Bama, and Clemson, those are the only 3 programs that are clear-cut better than you right now. If it had not been for the 7 overtime loss, we probably would have fell in at 4 in 2018. Is that true, though? So who was in the playoff in 2018? That was the year that Clemson blew out Alabama. So it was Clemson, Bama, and then the other teams were who in the playoff? I'm trying to remember. I don't remember. He does, Avery. That's kind of a weird comment, but oh well. He does. He's got a rocking body for as old as he is. Who are the other? Oh, yeah, Tristan Lee's not coming to LSU, which sucks. It looked good for the longest. Wants to make a last-second visit to Florida. And he was in what? He was in Oklahoma. He was in Norman this weekend. LSU's going to whiff on all these linemen. Disrespectfully classy Mark E. Blassie. That's just a great name. Notre Dame and Oklahoma. Okay, so Notre Dame, what they do is impressive. But if you're talking about winning national championships, Notre Dame is not in a better position than LSU. They don't recruit at the same level. Now, you can make a case that Kelly's a better coach than Orgeron, and you'd probably be right. But honestly, you know, as critical as I've been of Ed Orgeron this year, I would still rather him and LSU more than any other program. Now, obviously, we'll see what the fallout is of all the off the field stuff, but with the way they're recruiting, we'll see. What does that mean? Disrespectfully classy Mark E. Blassie. Or is it disrespectfully classé Mark E. Blasé? Bungee Boy, about time we saw you. I was wondering where you were. How about Virginia covering like champs tonight? I'm not gonna lie, this was my worst day with the books, and I don't bet a lot. Today was bad. Today was bad. I'm gonna beat y'all to sleep for the next 4 years. Okay, that's cool, Avery, but understand you will not have the greatest team of all time. You just won't. Because last year's team would beat any Bama team ever, Avery, and you just got to live with that, Avery. Think about that. When you go to sleep tonight, Avery, you got to live with that. Mario, what's up, man? From Qatar. I stayed up late just for Mario, serving our country overseas. Thanks for your support, man. Versus he, do you see a championship or CFB appearance for LSU in the near future? I do. If Ed Orgeron can fix the coaching issues that are with this team, if he can address the offensive line and recruiting, then yeah. Absolutely. As long as you're recruiting in the top 5 nationally, which LSU will probably do in this year and the next year, you're going to be fine. Bottom line. JJ, hey, we're about to sign off in 5 minutes. You might as well stick it out. What else do you have to do in Shreveport at 1:34 in the morning? Yeah, 2019 LSU beats any other team ever. So I feel bad for Avery, knowing that no matter how hard Bama tries, they're not 2019 LSU. I don't care. Jonathan made my night tonight. Boom. That's cool. I know, JJ. I don't know if you're talking about this live stream or LSU. Let's go. Who wants to do another 3 hours? We're only 3 hours. Who wants to go another 3 hours? Let's go. Yeah, Mario, you are like only busy serving and protecting our country. What's more important than this live stream? Real fans stay till the end. Who's going to be the quarterback for LSU next year? Miles Brennan? Got nothing else to do? Okay, we got 3 more hours. Drop another $100 super chat. I'll be here for 3 more. I'm kidding. Jonathan said, how much money will it take? It is $235 where Jonathan lives in North Carolina. I think. Okay, let's talk about last year's game, Silky. Okay, let's actually talk about last year's game. Was it close? Yes. We wouldn't have turned the ball over twice. We would have beat y'all with Tua hurt and all the backup linebackers. Oh, the excuses come out now where the score was 33-13 at halftime. Really, Avery? Come on, Avery. As you eat our pound of flesh. I still can't believe you said that, Avery. Pound of flesh. But I like you, Avery. I think trash talk is good for the SEC. I really do. That's part of why I don't like college football commentators. They're afraid to trash talk anybody. I think a lot of college football commentators don't sound like actual college football fans, if that makes sense. But Silky, last year's game wasn't as close as the scoreline said it was. LSU gave up one really late TD, which made it a 5-point game. And I keep getting tired. I wish Stingley didn't give up that TD because I kept hearing it. It was only a 5-point game in Tuscaloosa. Yeah, because you were freaking scrambling to get back into the game. If Ed Orgeron didn't punt the football back to freaking Alabama, it would be a lot different. Can we actually do another 3 hours? If I'll tell you this, I'll go another hour if I get $100 in donations for another hour. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm winding down too. Okay, so Marvelous, if you just dropped 100, I would go another hour, and I would talk about anything. Tua was hurt, etc., etc. Yeah, exactly. The bottom line is Bama fans can't come to the realization that Tua was never the quarterback Joe Burrow was. Now, was Tua an overall better quarterback than Joe Burrow? Yeah, over the course of time. Tua had more multiple years of success than Joe Burrow. In 2018, 6 quarterbacks in the SEC threw for 3,000 yards, and Joe Burrow was not one of them. So half the quarterbacks in the SEC statistically were better than Joe Burrow. So, yeah, Tua was overall a better quarterback, the same way Tebow was a better overall quarterback than anyone. But the bottom line is Joe Burrow in 2019 is a better college quarterback than any college quarterback to ever step foot on the football field. Bottom line. Are we going to have a hangover for the next game? I don't know. I mean, you got to go all the way to Gainesville, which is a horrible plane ride. You know, I don't think people appreciate the Saints enough. It's so hard, especially in the NFC South, where the teams are so good and so talented, and they have been for so long. The Saints continuously have been elite. Do I believe A&M will make the playoffs? All they got to do is win out. They have to win out. They need Bama to win out, and they need Notre Dame to win out. And if they do, A&M's in. It's simple logic. A&M beat Florida. If Florida gets beat by Bama, A&M, Bama, Notre Dame, and Ohio State will be in the playoff. It's simple. A&M very easily could make the playoffs. Very easily. And judging by how these teams are playing now, I would guess Clemson would beat Notre Dame in a rematch, so A&M wouldn't get in. But Notre Dame's a good football team. Notre Dame could easily beat Clemson again. How can you be a Saints and Packers fan? That's weird. Ain't that right, Cliff? Oof. All right. Well, I didn't see the $100 donation drop. So if you hit my Venmo or Cash App, I'll hang out a little bit longer. If not, we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. We should all go to bed now. But anyway, before we get out of here, last call for Super Chats, last call for Venmo and Cash App donations. Just let me know. Marvelous. No, that's fine. I know time's tough for everybody, man. Legit, every bet I made today in college football, the exact opposite. I bet the under in LSU Bama. I mean, they had the thing basically covered at halftime. JJ, that's a random statement. Remember when Manti Te'o got catfished? Absolutely. I still think that's the biggest college football story ever. I really do. I still think that that is the biggest story ever. Oh, I know, Mar. Like I said, yeah, that's perfectly fine. Or just quarterback sneak. That's very simple. Sip G, I love you, man. We had no shot no matter what. Bama was scoring at will. So if LSU completes that fourth and inches, that means you think TJ Finley would have been able to go toe for toe in a shootout like Mac Jones with Mac Jones. That's simply that's lunacy. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, the Sandusky thing was huge, and don't get me wrong, I I consider that story different because that's an actual news story with serious relevance. So yeah, that's obviously the biggest story, and obviously Baylor's a huge story as well. But the thing about the Manti Te'o story uh, that made it very universal was that was the first huge catfishing story. Super unimpressed by Finley tonight. I disagree. I strongly disagree. I thought he was good, all things considered. He did have better offensive line protection. He did have a better running game than he had against Texas A&M. He was 14 and 28, which isn't the best. I also thought going 14 for 28 without Terrace Marshall was pretty good. I don't think TJ was bad tonight. I think there's some accuracy issues. Obviously, his check down throws are just awful. But this was a very, true freshman type of performance. I don't think he was bad tonight. I really don't. It's a good question, Mario. I thought TJ played better. I do. I think TJ's the better quarterback. I would like to see Max get a start though. I would. I agree, Chew, and that's something he's got to work on. But part of the reason why he throws the football so hard is that he's afraid he's going to throw a pick, which is stupid. Okay, it's not what you should do. Stupid's a strong word. Like I said, I don't like using the word stupid, but it's actually kind of smart. If you don't want to throw a pick six, throw it as hard as you can, so it doesn't get picked off from underneath. All right, guys. Before we sign off, there's still 82 people watching this. Trust me, when I started the channel, I never thought this would ever be what it is now. Always believed in myself, but I never actually thought. And here's the thing, I don't think Max is just this can't miss prospect. I just think it's stupid to not see how he reacts to being the starter. I just don't think him just getting garbage time reps tells you anything. I know. I just grind as hard as I can. And I'm launching another YouTube channel soon on guards. Uh, and that's a whole different challenge. if I want to. No, Jonathan, if you want, I'll do one more hour. But I mean, I need a now. It would have to. I don't know, Jonathan. You've given so much already tonight. I would feel guilty. Just save it for Save it for Tuesday night. Okay. Appreciate Alex for the Venmo earlier. I agree with you, Des. He does have to improve hitting the checkdowns. Yeah, Jonathan, save that hundo for the next one. Appreciate that, JJ. I really do. Is Miles really going to be done? Yeah, he's done for the year, Scarlett. And Scarlett, you were a woman of your word. Thank you for actually coming to the live stream. I didn't think you were. Scarlett, I appreciate you. I haven't seen. What's your friend's name? I haven't seen him in a while. Yeah, Miles is out for the year. Jonathan's the real MVP. Feeding my dog. Y'all would be very interested at how little money I actually make doing this stuff. But it's people like Jonathan that helps me keep the lights on. I agree with you, Scarlett. Marcellus, I appreciate that. Where do you live again, Marcellus? So, Scarlett, you would rather TJ instead of Miles moving forward? Kashada, that's outside of Lafayette, correct? Jonathan in the new camper. I'll come see you up in North Carolina. North Carolina, come on and raise you. Take your shirt off. Spin it around your head just like that. Okashana south of Shreveport. Oh, yeah, the casinos. That's right. Knoxville's still the best city on earth? Really? Really? Yeah, Max, I mean, I just don't know. But, you know, it's weird because like when Mac Jones was a true freshman, he's not what he is now. I know Scarlett, and he shouldn't have taken that hit against Missouri. I agree with that, Silky. I do. I know Marcellus, I'm too. I'm still believing in Ed Orgeron because I'm a fan, and I actually do believe in him. You know, he's the one that said we need to get a Joe Brady right now. So yeah. I want to see something real quick. I'll try to see this. This is my current headphone situation. I've had these things for a long time. Don't have the money to get. I don't even really need the headphones, but I do. I use them. Just keep doing what you're doing, Mario. Honestly, I kind of like the game plan tonight. You just defensively, defensively, you just got to play better. But yeah, these are the only type of headphones I've ever used. These were the type of headphones that were given to me my first year doing radio at KLSU. I was given these headphones. And these are different than my first ones. KLSU, shout out. If I made some merch, would y'all buy a shirt? Would y'all buy T-shirts? Some of you have asked for shirts, believe it or not. I wouldn't mind shirts. I'd rock a Power Hour LSU shirt. What if I made a shirt that just said, "Let's go"? Well, Jonathan, I know you would. But would Scarlett wear one? Would Amacat wear one? Would Marcellus wear one? I know Marvelous would wear one in Tennessee. All right, guys, before we get out of here, legit final 5 or 10 minutes. Oh, Mario, for sure, man. Final 5 to 10 minutes of this broadcast. Ask me anything. And Mario, you're in Qatar, so that's really cool. A hoodie? I'll make some hoodies. Why not? I like it. All right. I'll even buy one for Don Marlowe, the Bama troll. Here's the thing. I like other SEC fan bases watching my stuff. I really do. I really, really do. I like other fan bases that watch and talk their trash. I think it's great. Yeah, live streams are fun, man. I like doing it. These next few weeks are going to be kind of weird because the early signing period is going to end when we're still playing games, which is normal, but this year it's just been so weird. But that's right, JJ. Like SPH. I like SPH a lot. But most of the Alabama commenters are just such bad trolls. And ginormous print. Let's go. Let's go. My girlfriend walks up to me sometimes and just says, "Let's go." Good question, Blake. We've gotten that question a few times tonight. Honestly, I would not be opposed to Charlie Strong. I would not be opposed. Chuck, I would not like that. But I would get the defensive coordinator from Indiana. I would get the defensive coordinator from Cincinnati. That's true, Silky, but LSU's got a lot of bandwagon fans too. So, I know a lot of people make fun of people that are fans of a program, but they didn't actually go to a school or they're not from the area. Be a fan of whoever you want to be. I don't care. Hell, I'm a big Liverpool soccer fan. I've never been close to England. But you're right. But, there's a lot of LSU fans that are fans of LSU just because they're good. For instance, we have LSU fans that legit live in India. Are there fans that legit fans of the channel that live in India? Would they be fans of this would they be fans of the Arkansas Razorbacks? Would they be fans of the West Virginia Mountaineers? No. So, same thing for me. I'm a fan of Liverpool Football Club because they're good. They're really good. So, you know, there's going to be bandwagon fans if you have success, no matter where you are. Not many bandwagon Tennessee fans. Exactly. Now, there was a lot of bandwagon Tennessee fans in the late 90s when you had Peyton Manning and T. Martin and Peerless Price and Philip Fulmer. Yeah, I like Barcelona too. In fact, Scarlett, a side note, I mean, we're this late. This was the greatest moment of my career when Barcelona invited me to a practice when they were in DC, and I've never shared this on this channel, but I'll share this. So Barcelona invited me to a practice, and it was crazy because everyone there spoke a different language than I did. They all spoke Spanish or Catalan or Catalonian, which is a different form of Spanish. It's very similar. And they let me bring a camera into the practice. They gave me full access to the practice. And these are the greatest soccer players to ever walk the face of the earth. That was the greatest team of all time, the Barcelona club soccer team. And they let me shoot a documentary, and it's still I posted the not a documentary, just like a little story, and the video has like 1.5 million views. Now it's crazy because I work so hard every day to put content out, and I think my most viewed video is like 8 or 9,000. I think it was a Will Muschamp video I did a few weeks ago. So views are very weird, but it's still wild to this day that I got that opportunity to do that. And that was the greatest weekend of my life. I got to see Kobe Bryant up close, which was very weird because Kobe was always someone that I watched when I was young, especially knowing what we know now about Kobe Bryant. So it's weird. Yeah, it was so weird being around it's so when the first time you're around a bunch of people that don't speak your language, it is so weird. And it was also very weird because a lot of the players that I talked to after the practice were people that I looked up to all my life. Xavi and Iniesta. And I know Xavi and Iniesta are basically like Russell Westbrook and James Harden, just really, really all-time great talents, just superb ball handlers. And it's weird. No, it's more of my sleepiness kicking in. But yeah, Scarlett, it was crazy seeing Barcelona that close. Is still the craziest thing. And Lionel Messi wasn't there. He was on duty for Argentina. That was the only downside, but still, seeing the guys that I looked up to when I was playing soccer, when I was younger, it was it was weird. And Amicat, you're probably right about that. I was just poising the question. It truly is amazing. And Scarlett, at the time, I said, I think I was 21. I think I was 21 at the time. So this was a decade ago. And I said, Scarlett, I'm never going to get to experience anything like this in my career, and I probably won't. That's a once in a lifetime thing. There are millions of people that would wish to have that opportunity. And anytime anyone mentions Barcelona to me, I think about that, and it's just weird. I consider myself the luckiest person to ever get to experience that. Yeah, I didn't get to see Messi, and that was the only downside. You didn't get to see arguably the greatest soccer player of all time, but I'm still luckier than a gazillion Barcelona fans that never get to see them live. It's crazy. But it's weird. It was very weird, though, Scarlett. It was because, I've interviewed Tebow, I've interviewed Reggie Bush, interviewed Drew Brees. That's one thing, but it's a lot different interviewing and seeing people that live legit a completely different life than you live. A lot of them were in America for the first time ever. So it was very difficult, and I'm not gonna lie, I was shaking. I was legit shaking the whole time because I just could not believe I was watching these titans. It would be uh, it would be like if I got to see like the '98 Bulls practice. Eastside, you're the only one that likes the outros. You're the only one that loves the outros. But my most memorable interview was actually that same weekend. And I wasn't the one that actually did the interview. So I got to go to the Barcelona practice, and the next day, um, Sir Alex Ferguson invited the team that I was working with at the time to interview him. So, for those that don't know, Sir Alex Ferguson is the Phil Jackson of coaching. He is the Nick Saban of soccer coaching. So that was probably the coolest because I knew, like I said, I knew at that moment I will never have that moment again in my career. So that was wild. My most memorable interview was with, uh, as far as the actual content, was when I interviewed a wide receiver for Arkansas. His name was London Crawford. And in 2008, London Crawford caught the game-winning touchdown pass. So a lot of us remember the 2007 game against LSU, where we lost in triple overtime 50-48 to Arkansas, which ironically is the score that Arkansas lost by today against Missouri. But the very next year, Arkansas won on a buzzer-beating pass in Little Rock. It wasn't really heavily publicized because it wasn't a big game. So I think this was 2008, or it could have been 2010. I don't remember. But either way, London Crawford was the craziest interview. And in that interview, he shared a story that I'll never forget about. He shared the story about watching his best friend when he was young get murdered right in front of him. That was the most memorable interview I've ever done. It was very emotional. It was very raw. I'm not just saying that just because it was sad, but every time I get asked that question, I always point to that interview because I didn't live that lifestyle. I was lucky enough to have two great parents that loved me, and we grew up in a safe neighborhood. So when you're interviewing someone like that is sharing their story for the first time, and you hear the emotion in their voice, and it's weird because I don't get to interview people anymore. When you hear a story like that, it lets you know that you're doing something really right. When you're hearing someone share such a very emotional thing, and that wasn't the point of the interview. I was just interviewing. I was doing a series where I was interviewing former Arkansas players, and I was doing radio in Arkansas. So that is my most memorable interview, and it's still online. You could probably look it up right now. I wouldn't recommend you listening to it because it was an hour long. But yeah, that was easily my most memorable interview. Um, from an LSU perspective, my favorite player to interview was Patrick Peterson. I had a very good relationship with Patrick Peterson in college. I wish I would have done a better job of just being a friend of his, because oftentimes when you're interviewing people in a media setting, you're just trying your best to be as professional as you possibly can. Patrick Peterson was more of a friend to me. He and I would just have long conversations about what he wanted to do in the NFL and what he wanted to accomplish in his life and what he wanted to do off the field. And I just really, really, really respected Patrick Peterson a lot. And I really do believe he is the best LSU football player of the championship era. I really do think so. But you know, yeah. So from an LSU perspective, I would say Patrick Peterson. He was my favorite player to talk to each and every week at the media session. And the reason why is because, he, he, he the cool thing I liked about Patrick Peterson was it was always pretty obvious he wasn't trying to be someone he wasn't. And I think a lot of players do that in interviews. Um, so yeah, I just really like him a lot. I really do. And I have a lot of respect for that guy. And honestly, I don't think Tyrann Mathieu is a football player he is today without Patrick Peterson. I don't think Morris Claiborne's the football player he is today without Patrick Peterson. I think he was the one that set the standard. You know, I mean, when you really think about it, he was the one that set the standard. Before he was there, LSU had great DBs, but they weren't DBU. The number 7 thing started with Patrick Peterson. There were other great number 7s before Patrick Peterson, Allie Highsmith, Burt Jones. But Patrick Peterson, changed a lot of things at LSU. And, I was behind the scenes a little bit more than I was now. So I got to see it firsthand. And I had players tell me that Patrick Peterson was different. The Arizona Cardinals don't select Tyrann Mathieu if Patrick Peterson didn't vouch for him. And Patrick Peterson basically said, look, this is one of the greatest college football players of all time. The only thing he did at LSU was smoke weed, which should be legal. It wasn't wrong then. It shouldn't be wrong now. It was against the law, but it was a dumb law. I don't smoke weed. I've never smoked a blunt in my life. But, that's what Patrick Peterson basically said. Tyrann Mathieu's actually a good dude. Yeah, exactly. He was just a very confident guy. I recommend it. Silky, I've never smoked. I just don't. I've never really, sometimes I think about it because, I have so many friends that do it. I don't mind being in the presence of it. I'm definitely not, a moralist. I've done a lot of stupid stuff in my life. It's not because of religious reasons or anything like that. It's just something I've never done a hard drug in my life. Yeah, James, why not? I should have taken Jonathan's $100 thing for an extra hour. We've been here 30 minutes anyway. But like I said, it's simple. Exactly, Scarlett. When these players are in immense amount of pain, and I know, Jonathan, it does look legit. Look at that. It does look cool. That's why I've kind of bent over here. I'm looking at this gift card. I'm curious how much is on here. How much did you put on here? How many 2 for 20s can I get with this gift card? I like that. I appreciate that. I'll take my girlfriend out on the town. What's funny is the Applebee's where we live is legit with not actual legit, but let's see, how far is it? It's probably half a mile from where we live right now, so we could just get drunk. There's $100 on this? Did you really put $100 worth of Applebee's on this? Oh man, I'm gonna get blackout drunk on Bahama Mamas. Oh man. My girlfriend's gonna be like, why did you stay up so late? I was like, hey, we were reminiscing about how we're gonna get some freaking $1 Bahama Mamas. Oh yeah, you went there. That's funny. So I do live in a small town. And Jonathan knows where I live now because I gave him my address to send me the stuff. Um, I've done other things on the internet. Like, so for instance, some of my personal info got released on the Barcelona video, and I had so many weird messages from people in Spain. I don't have them anymore, but I gotten a few letters about my Barcelona video from it was so weird. But yeah, that's why, like, with like my very deep personal information, I'm always very protective of it. So I was fine. Jonathan's a cool dude, and he knows where I live now. But but yeah, John, that's so funny because we don't like. It's weird. So if you walk into a Walgreens in the small town that I live, they have like gift certificates for like Olive Garden and Chili's and places where we can't even go. Exactly, Scrum. My girlfriend's going to hate me because I made a mess, and she is super OCD about mess. Johnny out here flexing. That's right, Eastside Kane. Wear your Sunday best walking into the Applebee's. So a few years ago, I moved back into my small town, right? And I actually went to high school here, and I moved back for a job, a pretty good job doing radio. And I then, so since I've moved back, I have not gone to Applebee's once. Not once, because I ate it so much growing up. Yeah, Jonathan, I want to know the lottery story. No, James, she likes me not being in bed because our dog, I don't know about y'all, our dog sleeps in our bed. So she likes her dog having my half of the bed. And normally I stay up later than them anyway. Um, Normally I'm looking at film or whatever. I won't watch the Bama film simply because I just won't. But no, she's not gonna care. My dog doesn't like it where I gotta move her to put her between us. Oh, she doesn't care. She's asleep. She's watching. The dog's number one. I don't lie to you guys. The money that I get off this channel, most of it goes to my dog. Okay. The other money pays our bills. She's got a really good job. Um, not a, she doesn't make bank. I don't make bank, but we're making it happen. Uh, but the first thing I always do with any money that I get is I always ask myself, okay, with this money, what all do I need to do to make sure my dog, who is, I believe, our dog is 12 years old now. I got to make sure she's getting her pills. I got to make sure. So she's got to have a certain type of food and she's got to have a certain type of kidney pill. It sucks. Trust me, I don't like paying it. So the donations I get, all of it goes to Bernie. I'm dead serious. Yeah, Scarlett. That's what you'd expect. No, but see, the thing is, my dog is so nice. Booger does not bark. She's not. Favorite baked potato toppings. Okay, we'll end on the baked potato toppings. There's still 70 people in here. It's crazy. That's right, Scarlett. We're gonna be the first LSU channel that hits 100K subs. I think. If I ever get to 10,000 subscribers, that is really when my mind is going to be blown. When I hear you. Steak, rare, mid-rare, medium well, or well. I'm a medium well. PJ, you've not commented all night, and you're the one that says go to bed. And people are asking me steak and baked potato toppings. Baked potato, a little sour cream, bacon bits, and shredded cheese. Butter is for weaklings. That's a good question, Reggie. Thoughts on the Texas high school player that assaulted the ref? Okay. I like my steak to have a little bit of brown in it. I don't like it bleeding. I'll tell you this. One big benefit of my girlfriend is her dad is legit probably the best chef I've ever met. He cooks the best steak ever. So the Texas high school hit was really bad. So look, yeah, I'm interested. Is that your actual avatar? Because I want more women to watch the channel. I don't, and that's not like me trying to be like woke or whatever. I just like that. I have a lot of women that are still friends of mine. I have a lot of women that are news anchors that I went to school with, and they talk to me all about it because, one thing. Oh, it isn't. Well, I say the reason why it was a clean hit. So the reason why I say that is because I have a lot of women that are sports anchors, and they told me in the past that they feel as if the audience is too male, and I'm like, well, women watch a lot of sports. So yeah, like when I look at my demographic numbers on YouTube, it's crazy. Like my numbers are like 95% male and 5% female. That's why, I always ask Scarlett to come to our live streams because I want more women because women offer a different perspective than men do. They just do. Exactly, James. I know, Jonathan. I should have taken that 100. You've given me so much tonight, so it doesn't matter. I don't do this for the money, man. I said I was going to finish this drink. This is only my second one tonight. These have a grand total of 4.3% alcohol. So I did this live stream 3.5 hours. The Alabama Crimson Tide team is probably just now getting back into Tuscaloosa. But yes, the Texas hit was a clean hit. I think we did overreact to it a little bit. I really do. Because people are like, assault and arrest that kid. The kid's a teenager. Could he have killed that referee? Yes, that referee was old. So, absolutely. I hate that. Thanks, Jonathan. I appreciate that. So, could the kid have killed the referee? Yes. What I didn't like was this. See, no one talks about the follow-up to the story. Is that the Texas high school district pulled the Texas high school team out of the playoffs. So you're telling me that one rogue act by a maniac who is, by the way, 16, 17 years old, that one rogue act is something we're going to penalize the rest of the freaking team with? How freaking stupid is that? That is overcompensating that. Okay? Oh, Jonathan, you can't just drop it. I was really getting ready to sign this thing off. I appreciate that, Jonathan. A 10 spot. They should change the referees. Appreciate you, Jonathan. Thank you so much, man. Stay here till 4 for a whole number. What time is it? It's 3:22 where you are. Let me see something real quick. This is gonna make it sound like I'm way more rough off than I actually am. The only reason I want to end this live stream, yeah, I am really tired, but I'm also really cold. We don't have a heater in our house. We have these little mini heaters, and it's just now getting cold where I live, so it kind of getting cold. And I don't. I'm just wearing my KLSU shirt. I always like to wear this shirt. It's my favorite shirt. I'm gonna finish out Jonathan's super chat, and we're gonna round this thing up. All right, guys. Any random questions? It can't be LSU football related, okay? Because I got to produce an LSU football video for Monday, and I've been organizing cards all day. I'm crashing later. Are you driving, Emma Cat? Don't drive. I'm kidding. Sending a $2 chat challenge to everyone. Jonathan, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. But yeah, anything you want to ask, it can't be LSU football related. Because I'm 3 hours and 41 minutes in talking LSU football. Warhug, are you working right now? That's the only reason you'd be up this late. Do I think Joe Flacco's elite? The PFT question. No, he's not elite. You know what's funny? I got to work Super Bowl week for the Joe Flacco Super Bowl. Best week of my life. It was great. Scarlett, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Jonathan, thank you for the challenge. So, Scarlett, anything you want to ask me, go right on ahead. So, for everyone that wants to know, Warhug is a firefighter who actually goes and saves people's lives. Thank you, Warhug. He's actually my age, so we relate on a lot of stuff. What is the meaning of life? Good question. Live life, man. I view life very utilitarianistic. Make as many people happy as you possibly can, but most importantly, make yourself happy and do what makes you the happiest. Also, that's a good question, James. James, shoot me an email at powerhourlsu@gmail.com. Soon I'm going to be starting a newsletter where you can subscribe and you'll get my comedy dates and all that. So, James, next time I come to Little Rock, I will send you an email. So if you shoot me an email, I do a lot of shows in Little Rock. Obviously, I don't do as many because of the pandemic. I was at the Looney Bin a few months ago. I haven't been back in a while. But shoot me an email. And any one of y'all can shoot me an email. There you go, Jenks. Shoot me an email like that, and then I'll let you know next time in Little Rock. And thoughts on the Detroit Lions? Ooh, I'm a Ludacris fan. Area codes. I just always like singing that song. I got gardening tools. I've got gardening tools. I got to say that so I don't get demonetized. Scarlett still hasn't asked me a question after her super chat. What you do in March? Well, if Jacob Hester says it, then it's true. If Jacob Hester says Die Hard's his favorite Christmas movie, then it's a Christmas movie. So I agree with Cliff. My favorite Christmas movie is Elf. I am a huge Elf fan, and ironically, the Elf frosted cookie coffee creamer is the best coffee creamer. So yeah, Ludacris is my favorite rapper of all time. I think he's just the best. I really do. Um, I got to meet Ludacris. You can go to my Instagram account and see my photo with him. He's just great. Garnet till I don't know. Yeah, all time great. Luda's just. I thought that versus battle between Luda and Nelly was bad though, because I like Nelly too, but Nelly just can't go hit for hit like Luda. DJ, all I do is win, win, win. Pumpkin spice coffee creamer is garbage. That's not good. All right, is Jonathan super chat up? Okay, it is up. James, shoot me an email and I'll let you know next time I'm doing a show in Little Rock. It's weird. I used to do a show a week there. When Will does Bush Jr. on SNL hiding under his when Will Ferrell, yeah, he's just Will Ferrell, so next level. Coffee is garbage unless whiskey's in it. Man, I wish we had Patrick Surtain. Why? I'm kidding. He's a great player. I give you that. If I can go back in time and attend one college football game, what would it be? So I'm a big nerd for LSU versus Arkansas. I would have gone to the 1946 Y.A. Tittle game where the final score was 0-0. I would like to go to a 0-0 football game, especially seeing the great Y.A. Tittle. Who wouldn't want to go to a 0-0 football game? Jonathan, I feel bad that you gave me this, even though I don't drink whiskey. My parents don't drink at all. But we'll keep this. This is great. Who's going to be here Tuesday? That's a good question. James, thanks for your email, man. I appreciate it. I'll shoot you an email next time I do a show, man. You can come on out. It's cool, man. Little Rock comedy is good. There's a black-owned comedy club that I perform at a lot called the Nut House. I opened up for Mario Torre there. I think was that last year? Yeah, it was last year. Opened up for Mario Torre, which was really cool. I do the Looney Bin 2 or 3 times a year, just as a host, but I do random shows there. My home club is actually a place called The Joint, but it's not really a stand-up. It's just a small little theater, great theater. Some SNL writers started it. It's a cool place. Little Rock's got some good comedians. They do. Hitting $1,000 in the super chats. That's great. Do you think I'm fine with LSU questions? Do you think we could have won tonight if LSU and Bama switched coach? I answered that earlier. Not win. That Bama Les Miles could have been the Bama coach tonight, and they would have won. Yeah, but the Nut House. I got to shout out my dude Nate at the Nut House, man. He's got freaking Corey Holcomb coming there in a few weeks. Max is back with the super chat. Take a shot for every big play LSU gave up this year. You'll get alcohol poisoning. I should just fill this up with whiskey and just drink it all and then go to the hospital, which is exactly what they need right now. See, Jonathan, I should have taken you up for the hundo. It's whatever. I'm gonna be so worthless. And I told my girlfriend I'd help her move some stuff around here tomorrow. Oh my god. But I'm gonna tell her, hopefully this is a good enough excuse. Like, it's not every day someone sends you a freaking Kevin Falk magazine, the greatest freaking SI cover of all time. This is iconic stuff right here. This is such a great cover, too. Pre-national championship, pre-LSU being LSU. That's great. It's just such a great cover. And you know what's kind of funny? I miss these mesh uniforms where you could see the shoulder pads under. I kind of like those. Bring them back for a game. I like that. Okay, this is how I know Max really is drunk because Jonathan used the proper version of 2, and Max didn't use the proper version of 2. So Max, ooh, Reggie, that's a tough question. I didn't watch In Living Color. Never seen an episode. SNL's okay. Mad TV, didn't watch much Mad TV. Key and Peele, really good show, but Chappelle's show's better than all of them. SNL is obviously the most important of those shows, but, you know, I'm not going to lie. Chappelle's show is the best. Or what? So, yeah, you know, obviously Chappelle's show back in the news. Key and Peele football introductions are so funny. Iconic sketch. It's just such a great thing. The player haters ball. The Tiger Woods racial draft is still my favorite. It's just so good. Goodbye fried rice, hello fried chicken. That's just great. Yeah, Max, that's good, man. That's what's gonna go in here. Just water. I'm just gonna put water in here, Jonathan, so people can think it's vodka. I don't think SNL is overrated. I think it's just become like so cliche to call it overrated. It obviously doesn't have the same impact as it once did. I know, Marvelous. There's still 68 people. I'm just kind of blown away by it. My girlfriend is going to kill me tomorrow for being up this late. Kill me. So In Living Color was, it's too late. I used to know all this stuff, especially when I was bigger in stand-up. In Living Color was what? That was Jamie Foxx. That was Jim Carrey. My girlfriend's the nicest lady in the world, but she just doesn't like me staying up late because yeah, obviously Jim Carrey, Jamie Foxx, but you know, I can't think of anyone else. It's just too late. Oh yeah, David Allen Greer. Never really watched a whole lot of his stand up though. Obviously, all time great comedic actor. Wait, oh, Tommy Davidson. That's right. Tommy Davidson's a beast. Yeah, Jamie. You want to? You don't know what's funny? So, like Jamie Foxx, singing, acting, stand up. You know, he does it all. Like Donald Glover as well. But you know what's interesting about Jamie Foxx is if you ever watch him, where do you live, Max? That's kind of a late question. I need myself a good Southern girl. I don't know. Go get on Tinder. Go get on Bumble. Just don't do. If you live in a small town, don't get Tinder. Just don't. And that's if you're a guy or a gal. Rosie Perez. Oh yeah. I know. I'm honestly shocked that there's still 64 people in here at 4 in the morning. This is just crazy. It's not even 4 in the morning. We're approaching 4 hours. I'm going nuts. But no, Eastside Kane. Jamie Foxx tells the best stories. So it's kind of funny. So like he's a great actor. He's a great comedian. He's a great singer. But what he does better than anyone else, when he's a guest on a show, he is the best guest to have on your show because every single time he has an incredible story. So he was on the Tim Ferriss podcast and he shared a story about how he and Kanye West made the song "A Little Bit of Marvin Gaye," some Luther Vandross. He said, "You know what song I'm talking about? I'm not going to sing it." But he said Kanye got mad at him because Jamie wanted to sing it in a very like R&B tone, but Jamie said just sing it regularly. What is my biggest regret in life? I don't live life with regrets, and I know it's cliche. So when I first started doing radio in a small town, I thought I should have moved to a bigger city quicker. I thought I should have just leaped to New York or LA or somewhere like that quicker. Um, so I think about that. So I saved up a bunch of money doing the radio job at a small town. And what I was going to do is save up a comfortable amount of money to move to New York City and try and make it as a comedian. Well, the only way I was going to be able to do that is make a lot of money and save up a lot of money. So I saved up a decent amount of money, not as much as I would have liked, but I still decided in February to take a leap. My girlfriend and I were going to do long distance relationship while I lived in New York City, and she knew this before she even started dating me that I was going to make this leap. And I planned it and planned it. And then in February, I was moving to New York City into an affordable apartment in Queens with my best friend from college, who is a lawyer who was going to help me pay my rent for the first few months. And I had to turn it down. So, because the pandemic hit, so I couldn't live the dream that I've always wanted to live, and you know, it happens. But the bottom line is, if I move there, I probably don't take this YouTube channel as seriously. So it is what it is. So that's my biggest regret, not moving there faster. But there's no one that could have predicted what happened that actually happened. And all my buddies who's comedians in New York have already moved out of New York. I know Eastside Kane, and that's what. But I'm dead serious. I would have made because I love my girlfriend. So you know, have I always lived in Arkansas? My whole family's from Baton Rouge, James. So Reggie, I've performed in Atlanta a lot. Atlanta's got a great comedy scene, but a lot of comedians move from Atlanta to New York. But yeah, I moved. The only family I have in Arkansas is my mom and my dad. That's it. All of my family lives in Baton Rouge or New Roads, Louisiana. Then I have some family that's in New York. My aunt, one of my aunts lives in DC. Another one of my aunts lives in Atlanta. Another one of my aunts lives in LA. Some are actors and actresses. Others are lawyers, business managers, bricklayers. I got all kind of crazy people in my family. All right, guys, we hit 4 hours. So unless we get another super chat, we are done. What's up, Cliff? Cliff's another family member, lives in Houston. I got a lot of family on both sides that lives in Houston. Ooh, it is 2:43, and we are done. Nino. So, guys, thank you so much. I'm shocked. Max, I appreciate you. Cardi, you got some good stand-up from Atlanta on YouTube. The fat Bruno Mars joke. That was a weird set. You know what's funny? I was really nervous about that set, and because that was a sold-out show. That was one of my really good buddies. James was kidnapped to get to Arkansas. That's how a lot of people get to Arkansas. I wish I was joking. I'm kidding. Kind of kidding. But yeah, the Bruno Mars joke. It's okay. It's a little hacky. I don't like it. I'm not really proud of my stand up. I don't you know, comedians don't like watching themselves do stand. I cannot watch myself do stand up because, I'm just like, why would I watch myself when I could watch Bill Burr or watch Ali Wong or Sebastian, someone who's actually really freaking good at this stuff? And all my close friends are way better at stand up than I am. No. Bruno Mars is very underrated, and I really do mean that. I know he's got a million of fans. I saw Bruno Mars live, and I got to see Charlie Murphy open up for him. What? Charlie Murphy blew me away as much as Bruno. Charlie Murphy's just so freaking good. Because Reggie, this isn't a comedy channel. Now, I make a lot of jokes on the LSU videos, but that's not why people are here. People are here for the LSU analysis. Plus, I don't think people understand how hard it is to be funny. Like we were just talking about the Chappelle show, and I've watched pretty much every interview Dave has done to when he talked about his life post Chappelle show. Can't tell you how hard it is to be consistently funny. Why do you think there are some people that hate SNL? Because SNL has tried to be consistently funny. It's hard to be funny. It's really hard to be funny. So, like for instance, I don't think the Big Bang Theory is a funny show, but it's made people millions of dollars. Funny is a very subjective thing, and stand-up is really hard. Some people are really funny, like Lavelle Crawford or Wanda Sykes or whoever you want to mention. But, some people think Jeff Foxworthy's funny. Some people think Bernie Mac's funny. Some people think both of those guys aren't funny at all. I have opinions on both of those guys. Cedric the Entertainer or whoever. Some people like clean comedy. Some people like dirty comedy. Some people like raw comedy. Some people like alt comedy. That's why I try not to be too funny on here because I'm naturally not that funny of a person. A lot of people, you'd be shocked. A lot of people don't like filthy humor. Like, you know, some people, there's very few people that are funny in all settings. Very few. Lavelle Crawford's one of those people. Lavelle Crawford can make any group of people laugh. He's one of the few. Sinbad's one of those people. But you see, Ricky Gervais isn't for everybody. There's a lot of people that don't find him funny. A lot of people don't like Ricky Gervais' humor. Well, all right, guys. We have made 4 hours. I appreciate you so much. Bruce fan. See? Most people don't know who that is, but Bruce has been killing rooms for a long time. And he's just a really good club comedian. Bruce has been killing for a long time. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. I'm about to fall apart. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Paul Mooney. Paul Mooney's another one. A lot of people wouldn't find Paul Mooney funny. But Paul Mooney's a big influence on black comedy the way it is now. This was a good stream. We're gonna be even better on Tuesday. Yeah, Paul Mooney's great. Like, for instance, I'm not a huge DL guy. I'm not a huge sad guy. I wasn't a huge Steve Harvey stand-up guy. I thought Bernie carried that group. And I know it's controversial, but I thought if Bernie wasn't with those guys, I'm not sure where those other guys would be. And that's not me saying that those other guys weren't funny. They just weren't for me. But I always thought Bernie was really funny. Earthquake's great. Earthquake's really good. But like I said, to each their own. All right, guys. Steve Harvey funnier than Family Feud. Yeah. But you see, Family Feud's a lot of riffing. It's a little bit different. That's right, Reggie. And here's the thing. Stand-up wise, I'm only 5 years in. I still don't know what type of comedian I want to be. And it's really hard. But you see, Louis Anderson was a good host on Family Feud, too. But Steve Harvey's great. But yeah, some people. But anyway, we'll continue this discussion on Tuesday. We will see y'all later, okay? It's Power Hour. LSU. Boom. Go eat some chicken wings. Now I'm hungry. Turn it off.